everyone, and welcome to the Eaton Grange estate where we have our full entire cast together. Woo! It's sure to be an exciting adventure today. A little different than our D&D adventures that you've seen, but of course, before we get started with all of that, we have some announcements and things to remind you about. First and foremost, we would like to thank our sponsor, Roll20. Let me get that up on the screen here. There we go. Check them out. They match our kind of color scheme too for Roll For It, so it's kind of like a vibe that has been made to be. If you watch our D&D sessions, you've probably seen crazy maps, all kinds of like scripts and things running. We do that all through Roll20, so if you've ever been curious how we do that, Roll20 is it. They also have a compendium and all kinds of other goodies. You can play non-rolling dice games, you can play card games on it. So if you're looking for a virtual tabletop kind of all-in-one thing, it is the place to go. And of course, we'd like to thank our supporter today, which is Thunder Cabbage. Thank you, Thunder Cabbage, so much for supporting us today. And of course, if you want to be a supporter like Thunder Cabbage, you can head on over to our Patreon, which is the best way to support us, because not only are you supporting us and helping us pay for our cast, but you are also going to get some cool rewards in return, including things like the monthly recap that is out, our Ascension character sheets for Sith and the Blood Elemental, and of course Blablin's character sheet, which is coming soon. And we put out letters every Friday, so if you want to get a little inside scoop on some of the letters that have been handed out to the different people here on Eaton Grange, well, you'll definitely want to check it out. For those of you who have already seen the letters that might be coming into play today's episode, you know we're in for a juicy ride. And of course, you can subscribe to us right here on Twitch, where you get access to some cool emotes, as well as you get access to our VODs in advance. And if you're a YouTube member over on our YouTube channel, you also get access to some of those emotes. And if you are a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or a patron, you are going to get access to our private Discord where you can come chat with us, tell us all your theories. And we won't really tell you if they're true or not, but we can at least tell you how we feel about them. Some of them have been really good. Some of them we wish we would have thought of. Some of them are wrong. Get a little mix in there. And of course, we know that not everyone can support us monetarily, and we don't want you to if you cannot afford it. Take care of yourself first and foremost. But there are a lot of free ways to support us, like watching us live here on Twitch, making clips while we're live. We love clips. Please clip away. The one with Ivy and Chauncey last episode. Just feels everywhere. And of course, you can watch over our YouTube channel, subscribe over there, like, comment, all of those things, as well as follow us on Twitter and Facebook, share, retweet, and comment. And there's actually a tweet right now if you want to go over there and interact with it. There's a Facebook post if you want to like it and share it. All of those things help the algorithm find our lovely stories and beautiful characters that we have. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Haley, aka Storybrewers, who will be taking us on this crazy ride. And I would like to say, she's playing way more characters than are underneath her name. So if you're like, who's that? Their name, I can't fit them all there, so,
Very fair. Hopefully I will give them a fitting introduction. So welcome back for episode 6. Today, as always, we are playing Good Society, a Jane Austen RPG, which is a collaborative game where you tell a Jane Austen style novel with your friends. And specifically, we are playing a expansion for Good Society called Downstairs at the Abbey, which is made for telling downstairs stories exactly like this one. And on this day, we are returning once again to Eaton Grange, which perhaps after seeing some other estates in recent episodes doesn't look quite as big and imposing as it once did to some who dwell inside, but to many it is still the largest estate in Hartford. It is still winds up over several floors, and it can still be seen on top a hill from anywhere in Hartford town and region. And we are starting today with somebody in Eaton Grange who has been given a task that I am sure that they definitely do not relish, because today is Chauncey's last day as a trial valet for Lord Victor. And being that Chauncey has been trialing as Lord Victor's valet, Tom Morgraine, the butler of the house, has asked Chauncey to sort of hand over their duties to first footman Ash Bed and sort of explain the ropes. This situation is made quite a lot more awkward by a letter that was sent from Chauncey to Ash not that long ago. B, do you want to tell us what the letter was that Chauncey sent to Ash?
Oh, of course. I'm gonna take a couple of hot seconds to vamp while I click some buttons. And just know, Blessius, I'm sorry. Chauncey is not.
Right on.
Ash. Hastily written. The paper's been crumpled up and tossed. Your hair curl does nothing to help your disposition. But fear not, since I have the footman position essentially secured. Sincerely, your rival, Chauncey.
And so just hours after this note was delivered, Chauncey is now in the position of having to hand over their valet duties to Ash. What are they saying? How are they approaching this?
So basically, make sure you call him Lord Victor. Not Victor. He's going to ask for you to call him Victor, but make sure it is Lord Victor. Can repeat after me?
I believe you said Lord Victor. Okay, I think that's pretty easy to grasp, okay? Anything else?
Store a bunch of things under the bed. Just cram stuff into shelves. He loves it.
You sure he doesn't like things organized?
Don't look at this right now. It's not correct. It was a day. Don't fold the corners on the bed. That's not correct.
Okay.
And
I myself don't do that.
What?
I don't fold the corners of my bed, so I thought I could understand that, actually.
That's silly. Everybody folds corners on their bed. I've been doing it for a time.
You do it for yourself.
I don't always have a bed. I've often just kind of slept on a table.
Oh, do you fold the corners of the table, Matt?
No.
Then why would you fold the corner of your bed? It's just a fancy thing, isn't it?
I don't make these rules at all. Zero rules.
Okay, noted. I will not fold the corners.
And then finally, if you mess up some of these posters, it's not a big deal, but you didn't hear that from me.
Gotcha.
And the room is coated in theatrical posters from Victor's past. And there's a woman that's represented in a lot of those photos kind of over and over.
Oh, a thespian, I see.
I didn't know he was a lesbian.
Thespian. Thespian. Like a...
You have a lisp.
No lisp there. A thespian. It's when people put on a different face and act in front of audiences.
I don't believe you.
At that moment, Lord Victor returns to his room with a pile of letters that he intends to read. But this is the moment. This is the official moment where Chauncey is meant to hand over to Ash.
Lord, Victor.
You caught yourself. Very good. Morning.
Nothing, Ash.
Morning.
Greetings. I present to you your latest footman. He is to take my position for a week. He's learning. He often has, if you shout things at him, Victor, it might be easier for him to understand.
Actually, you don't need to shout. I have quite
No,
good
it's
hearing.
true. I know your hearing is terrible.
Oh, loud noises very early.
That's Ash might not be the best fit for you.
So you don't have to scream.
I certainly hope I wouldn't. I'm very confused as to what you're doing here, Chauncey. Are you having a hard time hearing me, Ash?
Not at all, actually.
Oh, okay. Then we shall proceed speaking normally. Then
It works with me, Chauncey.
Chauncey,
It's fine. It's fine.
very well.
So I present your footman for the week. I have to go return. I will miss that bed. and this room. And you, Victor, you're looking very hungover this morning. Suits you sometimes, you know. Very good.
It's necessary to survive in this house, place.
I understand.
Lord Victor, can I get you water?
Oh, that would be fantastic.
Let me grab that for you real quick, and here you go, sir.
Thank you so much. Apologies. I'm not in the best state. What did you say your name was again?
Ashbed, yes.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Ash.
I have to say, I'm a big fan of those fancy shoes of yours.
Fancy shoes?
The fluffy shoes.
Oh, thank you.
I have to say, it's the talk of the town.
Is it now? Chauncey, do you know anything about my fluffy shoes?
The puffy shoes? No, it's not like they're in the heart.
Offer a resolve token for Ash to pick up the copy of the Hartford Herald.
I was about to do that if you
neatly
weren't.
folded in the corner of Victor's room and show Victor the article.
Here's the article, sir. I have to say, when I first saw them, I was blown away.
Let me give this a
I
read.
should probably go. I have to go back downstairs.
Future of footwear, a new fashion item has made its appearance at the illustrious Eaton Grange. These boots are sure to change the way your neighbors will gaze upon your feet. You have heard the tales of pirates of the East, brave and terrifying. Pirate?
That's kind of your background. Everybody assumes that you lost all of your finances and you've been into debt and you had to reclaim it all by like a pirate voyage.
Puffy boots.
I have to say, I am a fan of them, and if possible, I would purchase one off you.
Perhaps later. Who's the writer of this article? I would love to have a conversation with them about how they learned so much about my puffy boots.
Oh, it must have been word of mouth, and it must have gone around, right, Chauncey?
Yeah, could be a relative of Percy's. Letter P or Percival. Mr. Blakely. Everybody knows.
Also, so think about all those fancy parties. It could be anyone that came to those festives and saw those mighty fine shoes.
Should I go?
Not the worst thing written about me in a paper. Chauncey, if you'd like to leave, I just have a few letters to attend to. Hopefully, all good news.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I could stay. I could get you some more water. Colder water than
Ash has done a fantastic job, truly. And Ash, you can relax in my presence. Please, just call me Victor.
Thank you, Victor. Sometimes you just want to say Lord, but thank you, Victor.
It's very appreciated. And I anything to further myself from the Countess would be nice, at least in my own room.
I totally understand. If you need anything, just say the word and I will get it for you, my lord.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. And if there's anything that I can do for you, please be sure to let me know.
How about those shoes?
What size do you wear?
Size 10.5, if by chance.
How fortuitous it is going to pass the shoes over to Ash.
Today must be the greatest day of my month. Thank you so much. I cannot wait to show these around town. I swear I will be the talk of the downstairs.
First day.
I would like to offer a resolve token for Ash's fox to run into the room.
Oh, what was the baby called? I can't even remember.
Mr. Elwood.
Mr. Elwood.
So there's a fox in the room?
This would be an offer for.
Look how
Ash,
happy!
so-
Oh, I
look
would
how
accept
happy
it.
Noir
Okay,
looks
sure.
right now. He's gonna cry.
There's a patter of feet along the floorboards as a small creature has found the person that it was looking for all morning. Where did he go? Why wasn't he in his normal place?
Oh, it's a rat.
And sneaks around the corner of the room. And I think he immediately runs up to Ash and just kind of like wants to jump up into his arms.
Ash, you brought a rat?
Well, Ash goes down to his knees and pets Mr. Elwood the fox. He's not a rat, he's a fox, and we adopted him.
That's Mr. Elwood.
Mr. Elwood, don't you remember the handkerchief? Sorry, Victor. This is a fox that we found and tried to heal back, and it seems to have taken a little attachment to some of us here at the estate.
Is that a red fox? A red fox cub?
I've never seen a fox this color before. I don't know if it's exactly a red fox, but would you like a pet? He's friendly, I swear.
Really? I may?
Oh, yeah, of course. If you coax him over, he will actually get in your lap.
From the corridor, you can hear the call of somebody else in the staff being like, "Did somebody see a fox up here? A fox? There should be a fox upstairs."
I do have to ask, this is not a secret, but something that I don't go around telling everyone that there's a fox, and expect maybe downstairs, but upstairs is a little bit different. But if it's all right with you, Victor, I believe he is taken to you.
You just see Victor like holding and hugging the fox. As long as I have any say, I would welcome this fox upstairs. Should anyone give you trouble, you can blame me for his presence. Oh my God, look at this little paws.
Victor, I cannot say thank you enough. You have definitely blessed my day, not only with these very precious boots of fluff, but not only that, but accepting a Lord Victor. Thank you so much for accepting the fox.
Ash, you have been extraordinary in just your short time in my service.
I'm still here. Should I go?
Chauncey, you can pet the fox.
No.
Would you like to pet the fox, Chauncey?
No,
Really?
no, thank you.
It can do tricks. Mr. Elwood,
it can
sit.
do tricks?
Yeah, what's this? Elwood, sit. Sit. Good boy. Oh, if I only had treats up here.
Chauncey, can you get treats?
Yes, I will return.
Thank you so much. I am so glad that you enjoy the fox's company.
Oh, this is the happiest moment I've ever had in this house. Well, besides two others.
Oh, two others. It seems, was there a third other?
No, only the two. There's like a stone look when he says that.
I feel like we will cut a bit forward to when Victor has a chance to read his mail. Maybe he's got Elwood like nestled up in one hand while he's like looking at his mail with the other hand as he's reading.
Ash, would you mind too terribly if Elwood were to stay in my quarters for some time?
No, as long as he gets his food, that's you can have free reign over Mr. Elwood.
All right, then I will dismiss you for the time being. I need to get to these letters.
You got it. I do have to say, 5 p.m. is his dining time. I just wanted you to know.
Of course, he will be fed well and promptly.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your day.
You as well, Ash. This has been a pleasure. Well, Elwyn, we have letters.
First letter that Victor has is from his sister, from Lydia.
My dearest brother, I'm not sure what misfortune you speak of. I feel as though I am lucky to have the life I have. Most recently, I learned a great deal of what sacrifices mean. and how much others must give up to simply live a modest life. Yet, here I am, surrounded by everything I could ever yearn for, and still, I find myself not always satisfied. It is a mindset I must change within myself, I fear. I do not know what you are going on about in regards to Grace, though. I have only shown her the kindness of my heart, and appreciation for what she does for our siblings. I wish you'd speak with me in person of these feelings instead of writing them to parchment, but I understand that it can be hard to be vulnerable. I must admit that I myself need to open up more often. But a guarded heart wears a shield that is not easily brushed aside. Perhaps we both have things to work on. I will give you the patience you seek. Might I ask of you something as well? Though you wish to reinstate your station, might you consider my feelings in this, and be kind in the way you do so? For I wish not to be in the way of your dreams as you speak of, but I have feelings of my own, and I wish you'd consider them in even the smallest of situations. Your loving sister, Lydia.
I have been rather cruel, haven't I, Owen? She'll never believe that I didn't purposely sit in that chair. The world is so much bigger than where you sit at a table, and I've been in that big world, and Don't look at me like that. Yes, I did enjoy the chaos that ensued because of the mistake, but it was never intentional.
Next letter in the pile is from someone who Victor would have seen about the house, but perhaps doesn't know very well. Pearl Scarborough, Arthur's fencing instructor. And it says, Lord Victor, you may not remember me from before your departure. I am Arthur's instructor in fencing and dancing and many other pursuits required for a gentleman of his station. However, I am also a guide of sorts to how one might live properly in the house of a countess. I've worked here many years now, and I consider myself to have a kind of responsibility for Arthur's happiness. The Countess has made me aware of the circumstances behind your initial departure. May I ask whether the considerations that led to your decision are still present in your life today? Trust that anything you tell me will not reach the Countess, and indeed, you are well within your rights to tear this letter up if you do not wish to reply. But if those feelings do still linger, well then, I think Arthur deserves to know the truth of what happened. Yours, Pearl Scarborough.
I would like to play my monologue token right now on Victor.
Yes!
You just kind of see him looking at this letter and staring at it. And do the circumstances that led to my leaving still remain? Always. Always. And that is the problem. I can't change how I feel about Arthur, and I don't think that even if I could, I would want to. That's why I enjoyed the madness that followed sitting in my sister's chair, not because it got me closer to the inheritance, but because it got me, just for a moment, closer to Arthur. We laughed the way we used to. But what I feel about Arthur doesn't matter. It never did. That might be the one thing Mother was correct about. I don't know that he's ever felt about me a quarter of what I feel for him. I And he looks to the posters and sees Sylvia kind of looking down. I don't want to lose someone that I care about as much as you again. So, Fencer. Yes. And he's going to pull a piece of parchment and just write the words always on it and leave it at a table for Ash to pick up later and send off.
Next letter that Victor has is from perhaps his favorite among those downstairs, Milton.
Like he audibly, like he sees Milton's name and is just beaming.
To my friend Victor, life can have its tedious moments, but it is how we overcome those moments that make our experiences and endeavor to make us who we are, do they not? It is true. Your mother has changed this home, but you know it is not your sister nor Mr. Beddington's will that has swayed her so. She has also been plagued by loss just as you. So perhaps the two of you have more in common than you think. My friend, compassion can go a long way. I want you to be happy. But I also know that when you use the words smothered, raged, and drowned, ... well, those are words of no joy in my book. If it is counsel you seek, you know where to find me, Milton.
Victor looks at Elwyn and goes, "It's maddening that a man so brilliant is here under her rule." Just takes the letter and slips it into his hiding places of his most prized possessions.
And the last letter here is surprisingly from Chauncey. Did Chauncey leave this letter in the room or deliver it the day before?
I think it was left behind.
Right, when Chauncey left to go get treats, he's just like...
So like there's no postage on it or anything.
Yeah.
So
what does it say?
Bee's laughing, so I'm like, what is going on?
It's just like this character, Chauncey, is not the best. So this might be the most like well-folded, uncrumpled, ink smeared letter. It's very flowery. Everything is punctual, apostrophes, periods, semicolons, it's all there. For the most gracious and prolific gentleman, Victor. It is with the utmost regret that I leave your presence. I have learned so much in our brief time, and I am so grateful for all of your kindness, and I feel unable to thank you adequately. So instead, I offer you a tiny morsel of a secret that you must hold dear. Ash Bed, as you know, is to serve you as a trial footman. Do not be fooled by his sugary words, for they are merely echoes of someone else's instruction. Think well on who your allies are. Your footman to be, Chauncey.
We're just gonna look at that letter and then look to Elwyn. I don't think that Chauncey likes Ash very much.
And we'll cut from that moment to Arthur Beddington, who recently has found out some things about himself that he never could have dreamed. What is he doing on this morning as he is reading his letters?
He has dismissed every possible servant that would be around to aid him in any way. He is dressed very casually and comfortably, and merely walking around the house like there's nobody above him that can tell him what to do.
I love that. So maybe he stops in a drawing room, kind of like, maybe he even puts a foot on the sofa, who knows, and opens a letter that he has from Ivy.
Dearest Arthur, I must say the timing of your letter was near perfection, as I have been navigating some rough waters myself. I thought I knew what love was. I'm embarrassed to say that it was unreciprocated. That love that once filled my heart with bubbles and warmth has left me feeling empty and more confused than ever as to what love might be. Is it a shell on the beach that someone puts up to their ear to hear the ocean that literally stands in front of them, displaced with no occupants and idea of how it got there? This truly cannot be what love is. I fear we have some things in common when it comes to matters of the heart. From the many books I read, I have thought love was epic and never bewildering. Judging from what you have shared, and I apologize for speaking out of turn perhaps, but I have felt more emboldened to speak my mind as of late. I might blame the lack of sleep and picking up more duties than normal. It seems Lady Lydia has also bewildered you. I had hoped that true love would be so clear, like a cloudless day where the bright blue sky fills everything. I understand, of course, there would be great low valleys amongst the tall high mountains, but to even arrive to the moment of blissful love seems insurmountable. How does one find true love? How does one know for certain? I had always thought it would be the answer right in front of you. I have learned it is not that easy. Your kindness and compliments flatter me, and my already rosy cheeks flush with blush. I have to say that you have always had such a dapper sense of style. I have been told by the powers who run this estate that I must not fraternize with those upstairs, that I should know my place, and that we all come from different worlds. However, are we all not emotional beings, ones who may see the world a little different, but stand upon the same earth, whose heart beats in similar rhythm? I would be honored for any chance at conversation with you. Perhaps a moment will pass when we may converse, just as people who exist in the same place at the same moment in time. Wishing you clarity, Ivy.
I'm just looking at Bless's face right now.
Oh yeah, it was juicy when Arthur sent Ivy a letter last episode.
It
Just to give you context,
salacious.
and I think he was just meaning to be kind and like complimenting, but it came off from Ivy's perspective. She was like, oh, "He's hitting on me." It was great. I loved it.
Arthur has a grin on his face of just finding somebody who has common ground. And simply smiles in the fact that somebody else pursues the opportunity to overcome duty or station. And so he just kind of leans back, softly folds the letter, and tucks it into a pocket. And stands up and starts walking around, looking to see if Ivy is upstairs. And I imagine he's going to come across Victor first.
I do think so. What is Victor's reaction to seeing Arthur after everything that he's just been thinking about?
I think he bumps into Arthur right after he puts that letter on the table for Ash to get, and then he just steps out of the room, and boom, Arthur's there. It's just hello, hi, Arthur. Arthur, hello.
Good morning, Victor, or Lord Victor. I apologize.
I don't want to fight this early in the morning, please.
Well, last we spoke, I may have upset you.
And I have drunk away most of the feelings from that night, so I think we are good to start anew.
Perhaps a seltzer then.
I have water. Are you well?
Quite. I think this is the first day I've dressed most comfortably in my life.
Then if that brings you any measure of happiness, make sure that you keep that nice and hidden. It's the way here.
It is rather good timing to have been able to run into you. I still am wishing to hear of your stories away from the estate.
Then join me as I make my way to the kitchen to get something to complement this wonderful water.
Perhaps you would like some aid in that. And he puts a smile on his face, and he will gingerly offer his hand to Victor.
There is a moment of hesitation, man. Of course, and he takes it, and there's a little grin on his face.
That's to make you stable so you don't fall down the stairs. Or perhaps you'd like to get a piece of furniture and slide down it like we did as children.
Yes. Well, I don't think I need to give mother any additional cause to scold me. I think I've done well enough on my own.
Speaking of which, I don't know if you know, but I've been scolded by her lately as well.
Then it is like the old days. What did you do? Smile too freely?
I wish to hold this story until after I hear of yours.
The trouble with my story is I don't know where to start. Well, I do, but...
Perhaps when you found yourself working in the theater. Or when you met the wonderful lady that was upmost of the posters.
Sylvia. I took what money I had and I went anywhere. The thing about this place is that the air is fresher away from it, no matter where you end up. And I ended up in a small little village in France. Drank well, ate well. I learned the value of money very quickly because it did not last. Being prim and proper and knowing which fork to use is not an equitable skill, I learned very quickly. And so I was taken in. I was taken in by a troupe of entertainers, playwrights, and actors.
I imagine they were quite diverse.
They would immediately cause my mother to call whatever guards or sentry she could at her disposal to get them removed from the grounds. But they cared. Elsie Dubois amongst them cared the most. She was a director of a theater, little small hole in the ground. And I had a way with words. She convinced me that my way with words might translate well to the pen. And so I tried to earn my keep by writing. And I attempted to write fantasies and things that I knew nothing about. Conflict. And she told me to just be honest. And so I was. And in my honesty came a work that Miss Dubois could turn into something. And she knew exactly who to have in mind for the Countess. A local actress by the name of Sylvia. Beautiful, kind, funny. She was so funny. You would have liked her. I told her a lot about you.
About me.
Yes, about you.
So, the rumor about a play about the Countess is true. This I have to see.
No, I mean, yes, you should. It's a fantastic play. Mother is absolutely absurd in the best way, and viewed through the scope of comedy as it should be seen. It's hilarious. It's only when the absurd is to be taken seriously that it becomes painful.
Indeed. You wrote that.
I did.
You know, simply because it's about the Countess would intrigue me, but the fact that my dear friend Victor would have written a play. Am I in it?
Immediately kind of shuts down. No, very much yes. No, not no. I mean, really, no one in this house should see the play. It's crass and it's far. It's crass and vulgar and it was an outlet for a lot of anger. And I used a lot of words that are beneath someone of my station.
And you would think that I would care.
There are fantastical elements. I didn't want it to be immediately attributed to me. So there are storylines in the play that are purely fictitious. I wrote purely from the angle of comedy, and Mr. Dubois suggested that a solid through line would be a love story, and so we conjured one, a tale of a young lord, and it's really crass and I've started writing another play. I would love to show you that instead of going to see my previous works. Always look forward, as Mr. Dubois would say. So that would...
I dare. I have never seen you so flustered.
Well, art is a invitation to look into the soul. It's a level of vulnerability not often shared amongst people, especially in this estate. So it's just because art is subjective, and you could draw any conclusion that you wanted to, and it wouldn't be my...
Breathe, Victor. Breathe. I don't know whether this is the alcohol or the talk of the play or something that is befuddling you. Did you fall for the one who played the Countess?
Yes, which is very strange, stepping outside myself and looking at it, but we spent nights on crafting the part, and...
So you know of love?
Yes, I do. We got married on a bet.
A bet?
Yes, a bet. She seemed to believe that I was far too cautious and tepid. She was wild. She was fire incarnate. And yeah.
It's hard for me to imagine somebody who was less cautious than you.
That's what I thought. I still said my pleases and thank yous, and that annoyed her to no end. She had a mouth like a sailor.
Is she the one who introduced you to the puffy boots that this article speaks about?
I have so many questions. But
You're the only one that I've seen with different shoes than the rest around the estate, so.
she did alter my fashion sense a bit. Quite a bit.
Might leave them there for the moment, talking about Sylvia and the things that happened in Victor's absence. But we can return to them later if there is more that we want to see here. For the moment, let us go to someone else upstairs in the household. Lady Lydia Ward, what is she doing in the middle of this fine day?
Is this in the middle of the day, you said?
Maybe about 11. It feels like it's about 11 o'clock in the morning.
She's probably swapping into kind of like her afternoon outfit to drink some tea.
Good. Is Ivy helping her?
Oh, probably.
And she's also received a couple of letters that probably Ivy has brought her, actually. From one is from her mother and one is from her aunt. Which one does she open first?
Oh, definitely the one from my aunt first.
You need time to prepare.
Yeah, I need time to whatever my mother. If my mother's writing me something, oh boy, it's something that she doesn't want to vocally say out loud for prying ears. So I don't know what's gonna be in that.
So Lydia opens the first letter from her aunt, and two invitations fall out to her aunt's a ball to celebrate her aunt's return to Hartford. And as she looks closely at the invitations, she sees that this ball is where else but Eaton Grange itself.
Oh, she froze. I think Lydia sees the little invitation. She's like, why am I always the last person to know about these things? And in my own home.
Lydia says, Lydia, my dearest girl. Oh, I love that. And the letter itself says, Lydia, my dearest girl, I'm very sorry that you missed my picnic. A case of poor timing, perhaps. But I heard that Dave furnished you with a new dress, and I'm all too thrilled to let you know that you shall soon have a delightful cause to wear it. Your mother has agreed to throw a ball to celebrate my homecoming with quite minimal convincing. After all, Eaton Grange is so spectacular that it is perfect for such events, with minor adjustments that I shall, of course, provide. Darling, you can believe me when I say it will be the Hartford event of the season. A lady with your prospects will gain much from the occasion. You shall be inundated with suitors. They shall be fighting for a single dance with you. For that reason, we shall be indulging in an old Hartford ball tradition. Take care who you put on your dance card for the final dance of the night, for it is said that whoever you dance with last at the ball, you shall be destined to marry. Your mother told me that in addition to Mr. Beddington, you also have a mysterious suitor who she could not name. Quite scandalous, my dear, but quite exciting. I approve. I have included one extra invitation with this letter for the ball. Please do pass it on to this mysterious suitor. They simply must make an appearance. I shall see you soon, your aunt.
Ivy probably noticed that Lydia's face is at first really happy, and then just kind of a little shook, a little confused.
Are you all right, Lady Lydia?
Perfectly fine. And she closes the letter, puts it back in the envelope, and puts the two invitations in. Suppose I'll have to figure out who I'm bringing to the ball. And
do you have anyone in mind?
Perhaps, she says, and she's kind of looking into the mirror at herself, but like past, like it's like she's thinking about something or someone maybe. And then she pulls out the next letter and begins reading it.
Yes. So this second letter is actually accompanied.
She takes an
by...
audible sigh before reading it, though, like a deep breath in. Like, all right, what is this about?
So she opens a letter from the Countess, from her mother, which says, "My dear Lydia, I have heard word from someone I trust downstairs that our tutor, Miss Clark, has developed affections for someone in the household. It would not be a wayward guess to say that it is most likely to be Arthur. After all, I'm aware the two were childhood friends, and that's why Arthur put her forward for the position of tutor. I doubt this will interfere with your suit for Arthur. She does, of course, possess neither the charms nor influence that you do, but it may behoove you to be aware. I am not sure how much Arthur has told you about his family. Given the attachment you are beginning to form, I would not be surprised if there are matters he has revealed to you. Arthur's family is a complex one, and the issue needs to be navigated with due care and not rushed into in an irresponsible manner. I am beginning to suspect that Miss Clark may have been behind some aspect of this mess. When I hired her, I believed her to be of good character, but I have subsequently begun to doubt if this is so. You are more often around her than me. What is your opinion of her? In the matter of your father, I have taken to heart your words from our conversation. I have found one of his old journals from when you were but a baby. I hope it gives you strength and joy to read it. Your mother." And the letter is accompanied by an older journal. And if Lydia opens it, she'll see her father's handwriting.
Lydia's like in utter shock. Emotions of this letter are just all over the place, but at the end, I think she opens it up and she sees like her father's penmanship, and like tears just roll down her face, and she just like holds it really close, and she almost like smells the book and like just holds it close to her.
This whole time Ivy's been watching you. Like I stop what she's doing. She's just watching. I knew you got a letter from your mother. So without saying anything, I'm going to walk over to you and get a handkerchief and hand it to you and put my hand on your hand.
If I may, can I play my monologue token now, please?
No, you can't. No, I'm just kidding. On me or Ivy?
On you.
Okay. I think she like puts her hand on top of Ivy's, and she said, and takes the tissue and like wipes away the tears a little, and just cries a little bit more, I think is kind of what happens. And we just kind of like stand there in the moment, but like in Lydia's head, this is kind of like what you're hearing her think of. I think as she's opening the letter, she's like, oh, the music stopped. It's really weird. Mother thinks I have another suitor. Wait, Grace and Arthur. Neither of them have said they have feelings for one another, but other than it seemed like they had some kind of fight. Maybe that's what the fight was about. Maybe that's why he chose Grace to come with him in the carriage. Maybe there's something there that I didn't know of. Why would she promise me? Maybe that's why she's giving me the ultimatum. But what does Mother have against Grace? And who is this person she trusts downstairs? I'll have to figure that one out. Who have I seen her talking to? She kind of looks at Ivy a little bit, and like through the tears, like there's a moment where she stops crying and she's like analyzing Ivy, and then like is wiping tears off her face. And then she sees the glint in her peripheral of like the journal, and then stops looking at Ivy and starts crying a little bit more again. But she gave me this journal, my father's journal. I still remember the smell of him. It's the only thing I really had of him, was that memory. That clone. But now this. I must read it. And she's kind of just like eagerly wanting to read this journal, but I'm sure it's going to take her much time. But I think instead of afternoon 2 reading a book, I think this is what you will find her reading instead. She puts aside her romance novel that she was reading about this Mr. who became a lord, or a baron, what was it? A duke? He became a duke, but he fell in love with this young lady who didn't know that he was a duke. So it's like this whole drama. She's probably read it like 5 million times at this point.
And at the same time, outside in the garden, Grace has gone to check, as she has every day for the last week, the spot at which she occasionally receives letters from a certain someone upstairs. And on this day, there is a letter waiting for her from Lydia. What does it say?
Ooh, this is a different emotion. Okay.
Shift gears. Oof.
To the stars amongst the sky, the dark sky. You asked me to write you words, and I have tried many times to write ones of meaning. At this very moment, I see them flickering in the light of the fire as they shrivel. Seeing this is almost as I feel. My heart hurts, and the more I try to forget, the more I remember. A burning fire within myself that creates pain like none I have experienced before. I do not wish you the harm I feel in my soul, but the ultimatum you have given me is unreasonable, and you and I both know we play a dangerous game. Yet I wonder if the storm that we find ourselves in is worth it. Should we stand in the rain and let the lightning strike? Or is it best to take shelter in the warm arms of another? I believe you have found the letter I left for you, as it is no longer in the garden. Perhaps this is why you asked for words. I cannot hold on to it anymore. I leave it in your hands to decide. Give me patience and time. Or if you truly feel you cannot, wait. I will understand. But my heart will be broken in pieces, and I will watch your happiness bloom from a distance. You must know, I only wish you the utmost joy in life, even if it is not with me. Can't hear you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now we hear you.
Oh, okay.
There we
That's
go.
very surprising. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
As Grace reads the final word of this, a look of relief comes across her face for a minute to just know what was going on inside Lydia's mind. And then it is replaced by just like a deep sigh and a look of melancholy.
Monologue token.
Also,
You've got through so
resolve
much.
token for Chauncey to see.
Please, but just you know what? Yeah. I spent a lot of time in these gardens. I
I
have
feel
an
like
idea.
anything that happens in the garden, Chauncey needs to see it.
Yes.
Can I because this resolve token would go to me.
It
in
would go
this
to you,
case.
yes.
Can I
Ooh.
yes and this, which is that I would like Grace to see Chauncey too. Because finally someone
I'm
has
fine
to
with
see
that.
Chauncey watching them. But
If
I
Chauncey's
think that,
okay with that,
Oh yes.
I'm okay with it. Oh, did you
I
already
think,
swap it? Oh, no.
That's
Okay.
the
I'll
monologue
give you
first,
yourself.
right?
There you go.
I think Grace's monologue as she gets this letter is as difficult as it is to read these words from Lydia, it is still such a relief to know what is in her mind. It seems that she has been unable to make her mind up. She claims to leave it in my hands, but that's an absurdity. If she marries Arthur, what am I supposed to do? Wait an entire lifetime? What part of this is truly in my hands? She puts it on me, and yet I am powerless to decide. I've made a promise to Percival. 3 months, and I don't intend to break it. The more time passes, the less I think Lydia truly understands my position. The feelings in my heart have not quelled for her. Not in the slightest. Not through everything that has happened, even though I would wish them to die down to a simmer and perhaps fade away. But the fact that she claims to leave it in my hands, when she, every day, is taking steps to shape her own future, a future that is without me, is I will do as she says. I will give her a little more time. But I will not wait forever. And then I think she starts up seeing Chauncey.
There's like some wrestling and maybe like I'll trip through a bush.
Chauncey?
Good afternoon. It's beautiful. I'm not writing. I'm just trimming the hedges. Miss Clark.
Did you? You saw me pick up this letter, didn't you?
I didn't not see it.
Who is this letter from?
Probably Lady Lydia.
I see.
Are you feeling okay? Ultimatums, is that because you're in love? I've walked by this garden a few times. Like twice, 3 times, 4, 5.
I think Grace sighs deeply because, like, she is fully aware that Chauncey is really bad at keeping secrets.
Oh, terrible.
Yeah. Chauncey.
Yes.
Will you talk with me for a minute?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll put my notebook away.
I think it is best I tell things to you frankly, because otherwise you will continue to speculate.
I'm really good at it.
Yes, I'm aware. And don't think I don't know that it was your piece on puffy shoes in the newspaper.
Is it that obvious? Is it my writing? Or is it the PP is a pen name?
I had wondered why you chose that. At any rate.
A little funny.
No doubt you are aware that Lydia and I have had some romantic attachment that
Only
you have
some?
observed.
Not a lot? I inferred a bunch.
We've had a romantic attachment.
Okay.
And no doubt you are aware that were anybody upstairs to find out about this romantic attachment, that I would lose my position very, very swiftly.
I wouldn't want that for you. You're like a friend to Ivy. Ivy needs friends right now. I think things were a little awkward between us. Sorry, I'm talking about myself. Go ahead.
So, really, there is no other way I can put this to you other than to say, please please, please don't tell anybody, because if you tell anybody and it gets upstairs, I might never find a job as a tutor again.
I would never. No. Your job is secure. I would never put anybody's job at risk. Not intentionally.
Thank you. That brings me some great relief.
Yes, Miss Clark. Again, you're really somebody that's important to one of my friends. So you and I don't really have a friendship, but I think what you do is cool, and I kind of respect hiding around in the gardens to like, have you kissed Lady Lydia? Or is that too forward? I'm really curious. Like, have you kissed?
I think Grace can't help but laugh a little bit at this.
Yeah. She's really pretty. Oh, she's so pretty. Huh. Wow.
We have had a romantic attachment for quite some time.
Huh. You did a really good job at hiding it. The gardens weren't a great place. A lot of people travel here, but not when you're here. And the letters, they seemed cool, but I'd mark it as needs improvement.
I'll take that on board. Unfortunately, I have no way of telling her that.
Right, because communication letters, yeah, that makes sense. I could just keep an eye out to make sure everything's okay. I spend a lot of time wandering these gardens. They're nice. It's good to write in. It's good to listen to conversations.
In regards to myself and Lydia, there's a good chance the whole thing will simply blow over, and so you won't need to worry about it for too much longer. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. How are you and Ivy?
Awkward? I think it doesn't feel the same anymore. I don't think she's mad or disappointed or sad, but is there a fifth feeling?
So you had the talk then?
Oh, it went terribly. Not that I overheard you and Ivy talking, but outside of her window.
Is like again. She's like, oh, is nowhere in this garden safe.
She revealed it outside of her window, and it was love is scary. I don't know. I duty is important, and love just seems frivolous. Like you have love, but it's hard. It's impossible. Why waste the time?
You know, I am beginning to come around to your point of view.
It's not bad. Duty is pretty okay. I'm writing article. I'm not writing articles. I mean, I am for the Hartfield Herald, but I probably have the footman position. And love, what would love contribute? Stress, heartache, whatever Ivy's feeling. It's not anger or disappointment or sadness. It's like a fourth feeling.
A relationship
Melancholy?
Between two people in this household is doomed to have nowhere to go anyway, isn't it?
Huh. Yeah, that's kind of real.
Can I pay a resolve token to Ivy for Grace to reveal that Ivy told her that she is going to try to get over Chauncey?
I say yeah. I think that's a good idea.
My God, yes.
So Grace says to Chauncey, well, it's just as well that Ivy is going to try to turn her heart in other directions.
What? Like,
sounds like it's what you want as well.
Turn her heart, like talk to Lord Arthur or Sir Arthur, Sir Beddington. I got there. Like talk to Sir Beddington. Mr. Beddington. Oh my goodness.
I'm not sure why you'd pick out Mr. Beddington specifically.
Yeah, no reason.
Certainly she is seeing what else the world might have to offer. So you needn't be too worried on that front. I think she'll be just fine with time.
Does that... Yeah. Okay. I've got to go think and dust. Huh.
Oh, I think there was a staff meeting now about the ball.
Oh, okay, thank you. And he's gonna go running towards the meeting.
Let's cut to the staff meeting where all the downstairs staff are gathered. This meeting is being delivered by the butler, Tom Mulgrane, and the housekeeper, Mrs. Crow, and basically it's the game plan for the ball, because the thing is that there's a little bit of a war going on between Lady Hertford, the Countess, and Lady Sefton, the Countess's sister, as to this ball. The Countess, as Tom explains, would like something that is very traditional, conventional, and done in the proper way. And her sister would like something exciting and trendy. And so the two are sort of at an impasse. And I think Tom sort of like turns to everyone and is like, does anyone have any ideas of how we could do that? Mrs. Crow and I have been putting our heads together, but we're open for suggestions from the staff.
Trendy and traditional.
We're thinking maybe make the candles scented, or like they just have no idea how to plan a ball that isn't traditional, because that's all the Countess ever wants.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the newspaper, there was that puffy shoe article. What if we did a fashion forward event where people showed up in their new fashion trends?
I have to say, just take a peek at my shoes.
Oh my God, you're wearing them.
Yeah, Victor
Where did you get those?
gave me these shoes, and they were a perfect fit.
I mean, they look a
Victor
little
gave you those
small.
shoes.
Actually, it's just Victor.
No, it's not. No, it's Lord Victor.
Can we call him Victor now?
He
call
gave
him
me
Victor.
permission to call him Victor.
You cannot call him Victor. Well, especially not if anybody's listening. What a man decides with his valet is his own business.
Sorry. My apologies. But these shoes, though.
Stop. They're not
Are those
that
the
cool.
shoes? I've never seen them before. Those are the
Did you
ones it's
ask
based
him
on.
for those shoes?
I mean,
They're pretty cool.
Back to business. I do like I do like the idea of having a event that is themed around fashion, because it means we don't have to change anything. That's all just about the guests.
Yes, it would be less work for us.
I have a better idea. It could be, shit, I don't have a better idea. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for your contribution, Chauncey.
You're welcome.
I do have a possible suggestion. Have you ever heard of the word fondue?
Is that some sort of decoration?
No, actually, it's yes and no. Think of it, a fountain. That it might be a pain to clean, but to set up, it is just melted cheese, and people could stick things in there like meats and eat.
Fire fountain of cheese? Melted cheese?
You would have to have a fire under the fountain, otherwise
How do we?
stop being melted.
All I'm saying is, I hear it is pretty fancy.
Tom does add it to his list. All right, I shall run both of these ideas past the Countess and her sister. I do have some good news for all of you, though. I have gotten permission from the Countess, and if the ball runs without a hitch, we will be permitted to have a servant's dance after it is ended.
Yes. I mean, thank you for that news.
You're excited for the dance?
Oh, I mean, I like dancing. Yeah, I'll see you there.
Well, it is contingent on this ball going off without a hitch from our end. So everybody better be preparing and on their best behavior so that we can get our much-deserved party. Looks meaningfully at Chauncey.
Who's not looking at you at all. glaring at those really cool shoes.
Ivy,
Yes?
we thought that you might be the one to organize the servants' dance.
Of course. And you just already see like these big bags under her eyes. I will arrange it. But should I plan for it? What happens if we don't succeed?
We must go forward knowing that any ball that Lady Hartford and Lady Sefton put their mind to, we can succeed.
Can we make it a fashion ball for ourselves too?
Could we?
I
It's
keep
in
my
your
shoes.
hands. Whatever you would like to do, Ivy, we leave it to you.
Okay. Maybe we could have fondue as well.
Oh, I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, but
don't take two of Ash's idea. Please.
But
No.
it's a good idea.
No.
Thank you.
well, that you'll
Miss
have to
Ivy.
run past Mrs. Pan.
I like melted cheese.
Good. All right. This meeting is dismissed. Thank you, everyone. Please get back to work.
Indeed.
And then the meeting breaks up. What do we want to see next? I'm thinking maybe, did you want to see Lydia and Ash? I know that Lady Lydia
Ooh.
had some words for Ash.
Yes, I did. Whenever you feel it is best suited.
I also need to know that we need to return to Arthur and Victor as well. We had a bit more. Let's return to Arthur and Victor first, and then we will see Lydia and Ash.
All right.
I imagine at this point, Victor has finished telling his stories of everything that's happened.
Yeah.
At this point, they've probably eaten some food and drinking some alcohol together.
And that's how I learned to juggle. It was a mess.
Really? You got up to 5 objects?
5 of them. Little bottles is what we start to practice, and now I can juggle 4 champagne bottles. And
Perhaps you can show off at the ball then.
If Mother's having a particularly good time, then I'll sure to break that out to ruin that.
Speaking of your mother, she apparently had information about my family that she withheld from me.
This is certainly news, not surprising. She's the queen of secrets, but what of your family?
Apparently, I have a cousin named Olivia who spoke of me about inheritance.
Huh. Well, at least one of us should have an inheritance.
It's quite interesting to have something left to you from people you barely know or remember. But I did embark to go and see it, and your sister did join me. Separately, of course. Honor and all of that. But the crazier part is my last name isn't even Beddington.
Oh, and it's such a good last name, too.
No, it seems your mother did so, according to her, to give me a fresh start. My last name is actually Bed. My mother's last name. Her name, Eleanor Bed. 2 Ds.
It's a good name. Just used to Beddington. But it's a good name.
I will say it does have a ring to it, but now don't tell anybody. I still want to remain a mister, but there was a coat of arms on the archway.
So it's Lord Bed.
And I have to say, the estate is bigger than here.
Oh, gods, please rub this in our face.
No, I can't. After as much as she hid this from me, I don't want to disgrace your name. Lydia's name. There's no way that I can go about this without having a stain on your entire family's name unless I am careful.
Arthur, it is quite a bit of work staining my name. I could use the assistance.
I'm trying to not make it worse, Victor.
I know, and I see you're worried. And Listen, I can't tell you the amount of ways that you, being a lord of an estate that dwarfs ours, I can't tell you in the number of ways in which that is a dream come true. It's just...
I don't even think Lord fits it. I think it's Duke. I think I'm a...
It gets better. Sorry. Of course, this is...
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. It must be the alcohol that's finally hitting my soul.
Oh, no, it's just the truth. It's a little foreign here.
It's glorious. I will tell you a secret. I've already written to the lawyers.
Are you going to claim your estate?
I don't know. I don't know what I'll need to verify. I don't know if your mother will allow it if she has the evidence that I don't hold. Because I don't remember.
Then
I'm so young.
Then we simply need to find where this evidence is and claim it for ourselves.
That
sounds like a spot of trouble that...
Can I play a resolve token that Victor's footman just has to really come in and start helping out with some errands or events that keep him busy in whatever room the two of you are in from this point forward, you know?
Can I imagine that would go to me, correct?
Or would it go? Yeah.
Okay. I will say a yes, and if it's Ash chasing the fox as the fox is running towards Victor.
I'm so sorry. He really likes me, and I really
dear,
like
fox!
him too.
Victor, I apologize for that. He got out of his crate. I do apologize.
It's
hallucinating?
More than no. Elwin, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Bennington.
That alcohol has had a number on you as well.
I want to tell him everything. But
does he have a collar?
It is a makeshift collar that some of us downstairs fashioned together.
This would certainly make the Countess upset to see this inside, wouldn't she?
Exactly.
And Arthur reaches over to give Elwood a pet.
It's not a secret, but we are not showing it to everyone. So, Mr. Elwood, I swear he will not bite. He likes pets, and he can do tricks.
He can do tricks.
I am beside myself at the moment, but how do I not know you? Are you new here?
I've been around for a little bit. My name is Ash Bed, Victor Ward's, I guess, momentary footman.
He's good people. I trust Elwin, and as Victor says that, he hands Elwin over to Ash.
Thank you.
I shall have a decent-sized bit of my allowance dedicated towards Elwin and getting him a proper collar. If he's going to be a member of the Ward estate, then he should dress the part.
Much appreciated.
So, are you adopting him, Victor, or is this Ash Bed's?
Of course, it's Ash. Of course, Elwin belongs to Ash. I feel like everyone in the estate should be made to feel comfortable. I mean, I gladly shared my very fashionable shoes with my friend Ash here.
And I do enjoy them. Today has been an absolute blessing. I mean, these shoots fit perfectly.
They do.
Your last name is Bed.
Yes, with 2 Ds.
Do you know your mother's name?
I could just go on for a while. It's very turbulent with my family, but I will say Tom O'Grain downstairs is like a father to me.
No. In all seriousness, what is your mother's name?
Good idea to come in at this point. and get involved in this conversation, or would you prefer to keep that as a separate moment?
I think it's fine if it's a separate moment. I don't want to.
Ash,
Yes.
would you like to join us for drinks?
I would love to, but I do not want to overstay my welcome if I need to.
Take a seat, Ash.
You are more than my footman. You are my friend, and please, I would love to have you with two friends, Arthur and Ash, Beddington in bed.
a little funny, if I don't say. And thank you for the drinks.
Oh, it's a pleasure in all the best ways. So, where do you hail from, Ash?
I will say this: I've been a little bit everywhere, but since I was 14, I've kind of been on my own, and from then I've kind of just taken up under Tom Mulgrain. He's been, like I said, a father to me, an absolute treasure.
Sounds like a good man.
I cannot say enough good things about Tom Mulgrain. He does love his Scotch style.
I would love to meet him if I could.
Oh, I'm sure that could be something that could be easily done.
Then I would, if it wouldn't trouble you too terribly, I would love to set up perhaps an evening out. I would love to escape the estate and perhaps grab a drink elsewhere away from.
I'm always down for a drink, I will say.
Good.
Do you say we dare venture and drink with the ones downstairs? You deeply have changed if such is the case. I would be happily enjoy that, especially if Ash here would answer my question.
Best not to keep Arthur waiting. He will prod and poke.
Like I mentioned before, it was a very turbulent time, but my mother's name was
Eleanor.
Eleanor, yes.
I will play a resolve token to interrupt the situation in any way possible now. This can't go on. This is too much. How the countess comes in like
I mean, they're upstairs having drinks with the servant, right? Any number of people could come into this conversation.
I mean, if I'm gonna play it, I could do a Miss Crow or yeah.
Arthur's jaw just drops for the record.
Victor is like full on laughing.
Do you mind if I pour myself a little extra? If that's,
please allow me.
Thank you. Thank you, Victor.
You have made my morning, my afternoon, and my evening.
Your evening? How so?
That's when Mrs. Crow comes in.
All right, who gets the resolve token? That was
who gets the resolve token? That I wasn't clear. I thought maybe
it's probably
Ash.
not going to go well for Ash because he's mingling with the upstairs crew.
And Mrs. Crow, it would definitely be Ash. Yeah.
You don't even hear the door open or wherever we are. It's very quiet. She's got very quiet footsteps. You know, she knows these halls, knows all the creaky floorboards. So it's just the very familiar throat clearing. Mr. Bed. I'm not seeing what I'm seeing, am I?
Miss Crow, I do apologize. I was here attending Lord Victor, and we were just got into a deep discussion, and they invited me to partake in.
No, that is inappropriate. Put that drink away right now.
A most pleasant conversation. I believe that Mr. Bed here has been one of the very best footmen that I have ever had the privilege of having in my service. And I can only imagine that is because of the tutelage of a wonderful teacher like yourself. Would it not be?
And if anything, it is us who invited him to do so and persisted, almost twisting his arm for him to drink amongst us.
It was quite the challenge to get him to accept.
It was like a chokehold.
My most gracious apology. Lord Victor, Mr. Beddington, I will take Mr. Bed away. I thank you for your participation. Mr. Bed should know better, though, and we will just be outside for a little bit while we talk seriously. Thank you so much, you two.
I pray that you do not admonish or punish Mr. Bed for his behavior, because in doing so, I suppose that you would be instructing him to disobey his ward.
Lord Victor, I would never. I merely abide by the instructions of the Countess.
Arthur has a big grin on his face as he's staring at Victor right now.
Well, it would be terribly, I don't know, troublesome if word were to get out that the Countess's footmen are being told to disobey their lords. It would be a salacious rumor.
Yes, my Lord Victor, just as salacious as the exiled son coming back and instructing their footmen with inappropriate habits. I know the Countess would love to hear this.
That is enough, Miss Crow.
My apologies, Mr. Beddington. May I be excused? I have matters to attend to, and Mr. Bed will come with me.
Of course, Miss Crow.
Well,
I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
I don't know, Arthur. Can she be excused?
He's gonna look at you kind of like judgmentally and be like, that would be up to you, Lord.
Oh, that's right. I am the Lord in this room. I suppose then yes.
Thank you so much, Lord Victor. Your graciousness never escapes me.
Right. Excuse me, and remember 5 p.m., Lord Victor.
Oh, and don't forget to tend very kindly to Mr. Elwood here.
What is that thing doing upstairs?
Mrs. Crow.
Oh, you would perhaps be the one to groom it, right, Victor? That I believe that's what you had asked.
That's right. And a good, healthy portion of my allowance is going to making sure that Mr. Elwyn Ward here is dressed appropriately for his station here in the house.
At this point, I would like to offer a resolve token for Lydia to, like, this has become a fuss. There is no way that she doesn't notice this. And
it's loud.
It would be
it's
obvious
obnoxious
to her that this is like very inappropriate. Everything that is happening here, and like Mrs. Crow is trying to save the situation, but Victor is kind of like bullying her, and it's just a whole thing. And she's just walking into something that her mother would lose her shit about, and even she knows that this is like very inappropriate.
Okay, so I kind of am walking down the hallway or something, and I hear all this ruckus going down. Okay.
I think you'd probably be able to overhear the bit where Mrs. Crow is asking to be excused, and then like Victor's
they're laughing,
making a big deal about it, and they're laughing.
At this point, Arthur and Victor are probably just passing a
they're
bottle.
They're so drunk, yeah. I think Lydia opens the door and is like, she just sees Ash holding a fox. There's Miss Crow trying to excuse themselves. These two drinking. What is going on right now?
Lady Ward, welcome.
Lady Ward. Gosh, Mr. Bed, you will silence yourself. Lady Ward, our most sincerest apologies. It seems I have caught one of our seems I have caught Mr. Ward's footmen drinking with these two.
Merely following your brother's orders.
I am the responsible part, or irresponsible in the eyes of some party to this. It is my failing, Lydia.
Of course
please.
you are, Victor.
Don't take
Miss
all
Crow,
the blame.
I beg your pardon. I think there is some truth to what is happening here, where I'm certain Victor probably did invite him to drink. But nonetheless, you two should probably, she kind of like motions for them to leave the room.
We thank you so much. Your kindness is effervescent, just like yourself. Have a great evening, my lady.
And she just watches as you walk away. Mr. Bed is like holding a fox.
A fox?
It's very. She's just like, what is that? Like the look on Lydia's face is like, what is going on? And when the door is closed, she's like, what are the two of you doing?
Catching up merely.
It's been a while.
Would you like some?
There's plenty to go around.
Oh my goodness.
There's a
gracious.
fox in the house.
I see that. And how did it get in the house?
I don't know, but I want to put him in clothes.
Can we have him wear a bow tie to the ball?
Can we please?
Mother would have a fit.
Oh, to have 5 minutes without the mention of that. Anyway.
At least it wasn't her who showed up, right?
Could you imagine her face?
The two of you would not be breathing right now.
She would dare.
She would.
I've never seen Mother Fence.
Oh, goodness gracious. How drunk are the two of you?
Well, and he picks up not enough for Victor to juggle yet.
Almost there, though.
What does that even mean?
What was it, 4 bottles?
Well, I could try 5, but we would need to make sure they're not wine we would miss.
I apologize, my lady. Perhaps we should retire.
Lydia, are you well? I got your letter.
I am well, brother, but if it is your dream to find yourself in this household improper, this is probably not the best way to go about this. As you said, what if Mother did walk in on this?
Is there any state that I could be in where Mother would approve?
Perhaps. She puts down, she's been like holding like this old brown looking journal this entire time, and she like plops it down and slides it over on the table.
He sobers up and looks at it. Where did you get this? Well, of course I know where. Gods.
Where do you think I got it?
Of course, Mother. And why now? Why did she give this to you now?
I'm uncertain. Most likely because I've been asking about Father more often.
Or because she wants something from you? And he slides it back.
She takes
Is
it
that-
back.
I remember your father.
You're not the only one who is questioning things about their family.
I suppose something we should speak about.
Most
How
likely.
much does Lydia know exactly?
Lydia smiles at that. She's like, finally, something I know more of than Victor seems to know about.
She was there, Victor. Through it all.
Right. Well, looking, you two are functioning as a wonderful couple already.
Like, with that, Lydia probably blushes and like looks away.
It seems a question of mine may have been answered in this moment.
Well, that's just wonderful. You see, there's like a moment where Victor is just looking at them together, kind of stands up, shakily so.
To the Lady Lydia? Arthur raises a glass.
Yes, to the Lady Lydia. May you have all the happiness in the world.
Arthur's glass is empty and he's holding the bottle in the other hand. So he clinks the glass while drinking from the bottle.
Lydia is just shaking her head at the two of them, but
At least you were able to join us this time.
part of her is like happy for the two of them that they're clearly getting along, but the other side of it's like, what are they doing? And
Is there
then
anything
she's
else you
just,
want to see? Oh, sorry.
oh god.
I was just gonna ask if there's anything else you wanted to see from that scene.
I think Victor would ask Lydia one question before he kind of before he walks off.
I want Arthur to pass out before this.
Oh. Okay, then that changes the nature of the question.
Like
a
you
little bit.
cheers, take a chug, and then you just like lay down
Like
on the table.
fall asleep on the table, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I think Victor's gonna look at Arthur sleeping.
What did you do to him, Victor?
I told him where I went. I told him my story.
So you're telling other people and not me? You told me the other day that you had confided in me. And here I am, waiting, and instead you write me letters about things that you are concerned about that I'm not even certain how you thought of those things.
I left because I'm madly in love with Arthur. And I want to know that every bit of happiness in the world that I cheer to is this for you.
Why would you leave because of that?
Because I told Mother.
But why would she have it that I be with him but not you?
Oh, now you see the cause for my rage.
It makes more sense than before. But I thought you said you married someone. Did you marry Mr. Beddington?
No. I cried every night I was away until I found Sylvia. And I cried every night I was with her until one night, very much drunk like this, she challenged me to a game of poker. And if I won, well, it doesn't matter because I didn't win.
And what happened?
I married her.
Over a poker game?
Seemed the thing to do.
How does that ever seem the thing to do, Victor? Did you love her?
Yes. I learned to. I didn't when I married her, but it made the pain quieter when she was around.
Then what was this? Was this your intention? Did you tell him how you feel?
No, of course not. I came back to.
Is that what this was leading up to?
No. Yes,
Perhaps
I don't
the
know.
sober communication is going to be better for you.
You don't understand. Every second that I'm with him, I want to tell him.
Then why don't you?
Because I can't. Because he is to be wed to the head of this family, to the Lady Lydia, and I need to know that that is what you want.
I don't know what I want, Victor. I've been made to want what other people want. And for once, I would like to do something that I want. I want to marry for love. And I'm still figuring that out. And she kind of looks at Arthur, who's like laying drunk there, and then looks back at Victor. And perhaps I could find that with Arthur. There have been moments, but if you say you have feelings for him, I would not want to. I would want you to explore those first. You're my brother, and your happiness means the world to me as well.
Enough to face the wrath of Mother.
Well, I fear that Mother will have to face the wrath of someone else if they share the feelings that you feel. And she looks at Arthur and back at you. I don't know what he told you, and it is not my place to tell you. But Arthur might hold more power here than you think. So if you both truly care for each other, then I would not wish to get in the way of that. I want to see people be in love and marry for love and not for duty or some promise of selling goats to another person.
Have you ever been in love, Lydia?
I like to think so.
And what happened to that love?
It's complicated. That's how found love can be.
It's really not.
But it is.
I had someone that I love and I lost them. I have Arthur back. And if I tell him and he does not feel the same, then I would have lost another love. And I don't.
But is it not better to have loved and love someone and be truthful and honest with them than to never know and live your entire existence watching them be happy with someone else when there could have been something else? There could have been another story there for you.
There can't be. As long as the Countess wills it. What could be will always simply be in my mind.
Only because you let it.
You can't fight her. I tried. I'm still biting at her ankles because I know that I cannot win that fight. And you know it too.
There are parts of it that I agree with. But in Mr. Beddington's case, there's something more, and the two of you should converse about it. Like I said, he might have more power over Mother than you think. Not because he's helping her plan balls. But it is not my place to say, and I will wait.
Victor's gonna get up and sway a bit and hold on to the back of his chair and smile. I love you, sister.
I love you as well, Victor. As much of a pain in the ass that you have been.
At least now you have some more insight as to why. I hope whatever it is that complicates your love, you see through it. And should there be any way that I could be less of a pain in your ass and more of a friend by your side in resolving that complication, I would be welcome to it.
Well, then your first endeavor is to help Mr. Beddington back to his room.
He stumbles over and picks up Arthur.
That moment, because Arthur's incompetent tag is getting used for Arthur to pass out at that moment. There's a knock on the door, and then Pearl Scarborough opens the door.
She's always timely there.
Hey, is Mr. Beddington here? And then she looks right at him.
I am here.
You've missed your fencing lesson.
I fear he's not going to be in a position of fencing.
No, it's very unlike him to miss a lesson.
I defeated him with cups.
Oh, goodness.
Right. I see. I think we'd best help him back to his room. And then he looks at Victor and is like, not you. And then I think she'll just put her head around the corridor to like find a servant who's around. Either Ivy or Ash. Either he would.
Ivy's like, I'm in.
Yeah,
I feel like Ash is preoccupied with Miss Crow.
Being
Yeah.
scolded.
I think so too.
I thought it
Like-
might be Ivy. Ivy, it's like another thing in her day.
Yeah.
I'm like trying to plan a million things. Okay, so someone comes get me to help bring Arthur, who's drunk. back.
Because you're walking along the corridor and Pearl just like looks out the corridor, the first person that she sees. Just Ivy's always there at the right time, probably because she's always upstairs.
Yeah.
Ivy, can you come and help me for a minute?
Yes, of course. What's going on?
We're going to be taking Arthur back to his room. Ivy will come in and see that Victor and Arthur are clearly very drunk, and Lydia is clearly very sober.
What time of day is it?
It's
like afternoon, right?
It's afternoon.
Yeah,
Like afternoon tea time.
like early afternoon.
We're
Like
looking
1
like a
PM.
healthy 2 or
Yeah, 1, 2
We-
p.m. That's what I was thinking.
We started drinking really early.
I think she will, like, because she's a little bit annoyed about this, so she does say to Ivy, like, he was meant to have a fencing lesson now, but I don't think that will be occurring, so I will be shortly telling Milton to put the equipment back.
Best the
you tell him, buddy.
Milton like
me-
just got the final things out there and now
Yeah.
has to carry them all the way back.
Do you need me to assist him back to his room?
We'll do it together.
All right. I'm gonna catch Lady Lydia's eye as I'm walking through the room, and also taking a survey of Victor because I haven't had a chance to really see Victor yet.
He's not in the best state. He's like, as you guys try to reach him, he's like really, it's no bother. I can
Lydia's
take
like
him.
trying to help.
Can you
and
please
then
sit down, Lord Victor?
I can walk.
He can walk.
Do you let go, Victor?
No.
Oh.
Arthur, just put this, and I think Pearl will kind of like grab one of his arms.
Yeah.
Ivy, just grab his other arm, please.
Just
And when
it's-
Ivy makes eye contact with Lydia, Lydia's just like, mouthing like, thank you for helping.
I quick nod and I'll try because I'm assuming Arthur's a lot larger than Ivy. Ivy's pretty small, so I'm gonna try to like position myself under his arm and like lift him up and kind of like internally be like, am I really the right person to be helping with this?
And Pearl's pretty strong, at least, so she's got most of the weight. She's got most of the weight on her.
All right,
She
I've
just
got
needs
him.
Ivy for balance.
Yeah.
It's more like you're getting kind of a hug from Mr. Beddington.
And then she'll be like, please excuse us. We will be escorting Mr. Beddington to his room.
I am an honorable man.
there it is.
And they make their way out of the doorway, like leaving Lydia and Victor, like a slow progress down the corridor. And I feel like they get through the door of Arthur's room and kind of like lay him down on his bed. Paul takes his shoes off, kind of sighs, and says to Arthur, like, even though he's too drunk to have this conversation, she's going to tell him off anyway. I don't know what you were thinking, but you're not going to get away with that kind of behavior very long.
I'm not gonna go away.
She'll just shake her head and I'm sorry, Ivy.
It's fine. And I'll be grabbing blankets and like laying them on top of. You're probably still fully clothed, but just, tucking you in essentially. Is there anything else you need from me? Should we get him some water?
High five.
You just rest. I'm gonna get you some. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll rush out to get a pitcher and a glass, and rush back in and pour a big glass. And you should sit up and drink some of this. I hear it helps.
More wine.
Yeah. Yes, something like that.
Really don't know what's gotten into him in the last couple of days.
Well, a lot has changed around the estate.
I suppose so. Maybe he's just love struck over Lady Lydia.
He starts giggling.
I nervously look because I am, don't want to speak out of turn. So I'm just nervously like looking at you and nodding my head.
Ivy, tomorrow morning, or even later this evening, gosh, it's still the middle of the day. If you ask Mrs. Pan very nicely, she knows how to put together quite a good hangover cure. Can you bring it to Arthur later?
Yes. Should I do it discreetly?
You are very good at your job, Ivy.
I can do that.
Burrell is the best fencer.
That's right. Thank you, Arthur.
Well, I will do that. I will get it all planned out and bring it up in say 6 hours. I don't know how long does it take to feel better from this.
That would be about 9 p.m. That sounds about right. Thank you.
All right, I will get started now. I'll hurry downstairs to talk to Miss Pan.
And I think Paul just kind of looks at Arthur and is like, I hope whatever it is that you sorted out, young man.
I will sort it out.
Good.
He's
you do
moving his
that.
arm like a fencing match.
We'll be back at it tomorrow. And she'll kind of like, I think she will like kind of like rustle with his outer jacket and kind of like take it off, so he's sort of in more of his undershirt, and then kind of like sigh and like leave him and close the door behind her.
He was probably already passed out when she was doing that.
Yeah, I would say so. That's why it's like he's just a sack of meat, but luckily she's quite strong, just sort of flips him over, takes it off and flips him back over. And with that, we are going to take our break.
Ooh. All right. We shall return. Are we writing letters during this break, or one letter each?
We will be doing letters, but when we return, we have a couple of things we need to do first, like household gossip.
Yes. All right. So we'll be writing some one letter. It could be to anybody from one of the main characters to another here. And in that meantime, take your break, stand up, get a little walking in, grab yourself some more tea, because oof, you're probably going to need it. And we shall see you when we return from our break. Welcome back. We are on part 2 of the Eaton Grange estate. I will let Haley take it away. We are going to be doing household gossip.
Yes, but before we get to household gossip, there's something else we need to see first. Exactly 6 hours after the last
Before that, though, I forgot. I am playing a resolve token on Arthur for him to not remember his drunken, well, maybe not remember portions of the drunken aspect of it. So maybe not remembering Mr. Bed, remember him, but not necessarily the name correlation.
I'll accept, but only if he remembers Lady Lydia blushing.
I'll allow it. Ugh, it's gonna make it harder.
So speaking of Arthur and what he does and doesn't remember, yes, 6 hours later, Arthur has had some time to sober up. No doubt he has a mighty hangover, but luckily, Ivy is on her way discreetly with something special that Mrs. Pan had made, which smells really bad, but I'm sure it's really good for you.
Ivy's hurrying down the hall with a tray, and I've disguised it in a tea, with all the tea, like a tea set. So I'd get to Arthur's door and I'd rap on it quietly, but loud enough that hopefully he would hear it.
Oh, please, whoever it is, just come on in.
Crack the door. Arthur, is it all right if I come in? It's Ivy.
Yes, I'm decent if that's your concern.
Yes. I open the door and I'm holding the tray.
He's sitting on the edge of his bed, just kind of holding his head.
This is to be expected, so I was instructed to bring you this. It's supposed to help. It smells putrid, but Miss Pan said it will work. Set it down and start pouring you a cup.
Did I at least win in the game of cups against Victor? I imagine not.
I am unaware if there were any games being played. I was mostly employed after you
Was he
could not...
still standing?
I would say between the two of you, yes. Very much so. I had to help you with Pearl to bring you back to your room.
It seems as it was in the past.
It seemed like a fun time.
Yes, it quite was. Always the problem after the fact. It is good to see you, though. Thank you for, I believe, helping me to my room. And now this.
Yes, well, you need to be bright as rain tomorrow, so try it. I'll bring you a cup.
Oh, what is that smell?
I'm not quite sure. There was a lot of things that were put into the pot, and I think it's better if you don't know everything that went into the pot.
I think it's better if I did, but would not get an answer soon enough. I guess I should just drink this.
And I was instructed you need to drink the whole thing.
I guess. And he'll pinch his nose and just drink it as fast as he can. It has a bite to it.
You didn't grimace as much as I expected, so it can't be that bad?
Well, pinching the nose does have its advantages when it comes to affecting taste as well.
And just like routine, I've already gone and picked up the pot, and I'm bringing it over, and I'm already refilling the cup in your hand.
I have to drink more. I thought it was just one cup.
No,
maybe.
it's the entire if you just do it quickly, I think it will go well.
I would rather hear to which we talked about in our letters.
Ivy, it's dark in this room, yeah, because you've probably it's 9 p.m. Okay, you would not see Ivy blush, but she's blushing. Oh, is this the time for that conversation?
I mean, there's no one else here. I can't imagine another time to speak of such things without you getting in trouble.
And then the gravity of the situation that I am in Arthur's room past 9 p.m. Yes, well, so you got my letter then?
Yes. You look tired. Is it because of the unreciprocated love?
You could say that. I've been working a lot more. There's been a few, we've been a little short-handed, but also I do spend quite a few nights awake.
I'm sorry that you are in such torment.
I think I more feel like a fool for thinking that there was something more.
But isn't it better to be a fool and pursue one's heart than it is to not?
One would think. I suppose in all transparency, it was Chauncey. I grew up with Chauncey. I just thought it was reciprocated. It was very much not.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. I guess it's better to know now than later.
Yes, indeed. But how long had that been festering before they even came to know?
Perhaps that's my fault. I had thought it was very obvious.
I would imagine it could have been.
You know, when you read books, it seems like it's all on the page. It's just it's there and it's very clear. And I had thought it was clear, and it was very much not clear. And so, unfortunately, Chauncey overheard me talking about it and found out that way.
That would be the worst way to find out if somebody that loved you.
I don't know what's worse, is that Chauncey overheard me say that I loved them, and then...
Or that you didn't actually say it to them openly.
Based on our conversation, I don't think Chauncey would have wanted me to.
Or perhaps that's for the best. Like I said, I know so little of love, I wouldn't even be able to tell if it hit me in the face if somebody loved me.
I don't want to be too forward, but have you expressed that to Lady Lydia?
Not in exact words. To a degree, I believe the letter that fell upon her originally talked of the fact that I was still trying to discover what love would mean. But also that I do respect and have feelings towards Lady Lydia. And honestly, as long as the drink is not deceiving me, it seems that she may return the same.
Oh, yes, I guess that's very, very good for you two.
It's an illusion, though. Could it be? A mere blush doesn't necessarily signify feelings.
No, I can confirm that.
He'd look at you. Are you blushing?
No, I'm not blushing. It was more so kind of alluding to the fact that Chauncey's made me blush, and I've seen others blush, and it's not reciprocated. It
So
seems as... Oh, you go ahead.
No, by all means.
I feel like I shouldn't even be speaking to you. Do you know how much trouble I would get in if anyone found out?
You need not worry about that.
The implications, it's past 9 p.m.
You brought me tea.
I'm just curious if, you've enjoyed your time with Lady Lydia.
Well, I respect her, and I have enjoyed our time together, indeed. Very much so.
I don't mean to be too forward, but it's... You seem like you are holding back.
Well, I don't know whether the problem is outward or inward, as to whether it's that I don't know love, or the fact that I was so willingly put in the position and courted her so, due to the fact that I felt I didn't have a home, yet now I have a home physically without the Lady Lydia. But at the same time, it would feel empty to go there alone.
Are you leaving the estate?
No, I would not dare to do anything as the such. I just realized I had other options.
There's confusion just kind of on Ivy's face. Like, what does that mean?
You can tell he's flustered and is like trying to cover something up.
I guess land is available these days if you wanted to make a home elsewhere.
If one would have money, I guess such could be true. Regardless, how would you describe love in such few words, if not something that shines in a sky and hits you suddenly? There's books that speak of it like it's an opening and growing flower, but I don't believe in that. I feel as if it's something that hits you in the face and frankly can knock you down or leave you yearning for more.
You could say a week ago I thought the same things, but now I feel as if maybe it's more nuanced, maybe it's more the little things.
Do you think it's different for everybody, or is it the same, it's just in different forms?
I assume that it has some similar undertones for everyone, but it does feel as if everyone has love differently. But I have also seen how much love causes heartache in this house.
With the Countess?
To be frank, I see everything. I've seen all of everyone up here struggle. They hide it or try to, but I can see it in their faces.
Then who is it that the Lady Lydia loves?
I do not know if I am allowed to speak on such things.
I mean, I heard rumor that there was a second suitor.
May I ask how that makes you feel?
Challenged, if anything. But wondering if her feelings towards me are a lie.
Would you prefer Lady Lydia to be with someone else? Or does it pain your heart to think of her with anyone but you?
I would want the Lady Lydia to be happy and to have a life that she so willingly and graciously deserves.
I believe that's your answer right there. Don't you think if someone is in love that they couldn't stand to not be around them? They'd want to be breathing the same air. They'd want to share in jokes and just be in each other's presence at all moments of the day.
And perhaps be in each other's arms whenever was possible, yes.
Wishing that someone's happy with someone else does not seem like love to me.
But, au contraire, wouldn't that be the most gracious type of love? One that you would sacrifice your own feelings and potential future just to make sure that they had one that they would wish, one of happiness, one of the most happiness that they could enjoy, because you may not be that one.
Selfless love, yes, but don't you think fighting for it means more?
I mean, I would say one would fight for it still, but if such became forward as the truth that they feel they would be happy with somebody else, then of course. As long as you respected the other suitor. If it was some scoundrel, some awful human, I would not dare to give up a fight.
Do you believe in marrying for love or duty?
Can't it be both?
In some occasions, I believe, but it seems as if a lot is based on duty in this house.
I spent my whole life thinking duty was everything, and honor was everything. And honor is very important. It's part of integrity. But I would ask that love would be of utmost importance. That's happiness. My mother, she married for love. And probably is the reason that there's so much going on, turmoil in my family. Eleanor had a second child with somebody else. I do not know, but at least that's what my cousin told me recently. Speaking of which, were you the one that dropped that letter?
Yes, apparently, they've been disappearing and I just brought it to its rightful owner.
I think it best that you not tell anyone that you did that.
No, I think, it wouldn't just be my job on the table. It would be my head as well.
And you know not what was in that letter, do you?
No, I will not lie and say I do read the letters a lot, but I did not read that one.
That was everything, Ivy. Everything. You can see he's looking at you, like, with tears in his eyes. What you gave me was life, hope, joy.
It was not just me. Oh. Grace asked me to find them for you.
She would, wouldn't she? She is the best of us.
She really is. She deserves better herself.
Well, if I have any say about it, I would knight her.
She would make a great knight.
And not only that, it would make her no longer have the ability to live the way that I have so graciously been able to live over these years at this estate.
Do you not recognize that you deserve good things? You've been nothing but kind to most everyone.
I have been given good things. What I deserve, I feel I reap as it comes. I'm not saying I don't deserve anything. I deserve happiness, of course. I believe everybody does. And everybody deserves love, and true love. And that's what I hope to pursue and find. But I also want to make sure that I so graciously give what has back tenfold what has been given and granted to me. I will protect the Ward's family name to my dying breath. I will thank and give all that was given to me from my friends, those that faced my wrath so undeservingly.
And that's what makes you honorable.
And perhaps I have the Countess to thank for that.
You
I
have
feel
your...
like, sorry, I feel like we'll leave them there unless there's anything else you want to add. But is there one last thing you wanted to say, Katie?
I was going to say, you also have yourself to thank a little bit for that as well.
That's a good note to leave it on, I think. Because we are going to move forward to household gossip. So, since there are full class today, everyone will take just one turn. And as always, on your turn, you can either create a new rumor or spread one of our existing rumors upstairs or down if it is not spread already.
I've got a new rumor.
Yes.
There's a cherished fox at the Eaton Grange estate.
I like it. I like it.
I will easily spread that upstairs. I feel like it's been seen, can't be unseen.
Okay, just heard downstairs. Which one were you spreading?
Oh, I said that one specifically.
Oh, that one. Excellent.
I'm going to spread this one downstairs. Because, Ivy's been seen upstairs where she should not be. I'm going to start a rumor that Chauncey is also starting to be seen where they should not be.
Oh.
That's fair. People are now catching on.
Mm-hmm. It had to happen eventually.
I have one for the upstairs. It's fondue time.
Ew!
So, like, there's gonna be a strange and exotic food at
Yeah.
Quarters ball. Okay, yeah.
But you can't spread it. You can only, start the rumor.
I only hope that, like, if the person that has to, like, maintain the fondue is Angus, like, oh, I got to get the cheese just right.
What a nightmare.
I'm gonna start a new rumor that Arthur is planning to propose to Lydia at the ball.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Oh, I'm torn. I got one for fun and one to be messy.
Okay, let's hear them both.
The one for fun is that the Eaton Grange estate has the most fashion-forward servants.
Oh.
Oh.
The messy. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
The messy one is that Ivy has been seen leaving Arthur's room late at night.
Okay, deadass. That's the one that I was thinking of as well. So
Do that and spread it.
I'll click a little tick on that.
And then Chauncey can spread it. Yeah.
I'm
look at Ivy's. Look at Sadie's.
I'm sorry to do it.
We spread it. Are you gonna spread that upstairs or downstairs, V? That's the thing, you see.
Ooh.
That's gonna make a big impact. With
That's the huge impact.
Yo, spread that ish upstairs.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm about to spread something else
I like
downstairs.
those consequences because they're more for Arthur. Like, of course, like Ivy's job is on the way, but socially, Arthur, like, how do you ever come back from this?
Especially with the rumor that you're going to propose, messy.
Which, by the way, that rumor that Arthur is gonna propose is spread downstairs now.
Ooh.
I love that.
Has
Damn.
everyone had a turn? Has anyone not had a go yet?
I think we all
I think we've
got
all
some in,
gone.
yeah.
Had a turn. Excellent. So we have three new spread rumors actually. That there is a cherished fox at Eaton Grange estate, that Arthur is planning to propose to Lydia at the ball that's spread downstairs, and that Ivy has been seen leaving Arthur's room late at night that has spread upstairs. And our remaining rumors are going to be fading for now, and we'll get more chances to spread those next time. We do have one that fades out about the ball. We don't need a rumor that it's going to be the ball of the season. We know it's going to be the ball of the season.
Yeah.
It's going to be fondue. Come on.
The question
So
is who's going to be our
exotic.
Not a
diamond?
fun don't.
So we're going to move on to that to epistolary phase and have some letters. But before we get started with today's letters, there are a couple of other letters that were sent that we need to hear. The first one is from Arthur to the Countess. So if you'd like to read that one for us.
Yes, I have it pulled up. To the Countess of Hertford, Lady Lavinia Ward. I write to you with the utmost respect and consideration. I know not whether you will read this after our last conversation, but I did want to inform you that I visited the estate that is to be my inheritance. After all these years of caring for me, I do hope you trust that I will not drag you nor your family's name into any semblance of drama or scandal of the sort surrounding this hiding of letters and ultimately of hiding me from my family and my family from me. With that said, I have taken to writing the lawyers, whom have been searching for me, and I aim to at least consider agreeing upon receiving my inheritance. I will also have you know that your lovely daughter, the Lady Lydia, is still the apple of my eye, and I would hope I am still worthy of her hand in your eyes. Of course, if she would have me, and that is the path I would choose for my heart. With any luck, I would so willingly like to listen to your explanation as to why you would keep this all from me. All I have in my mind are terrible things, yet I still hold on to hope that there is something more behind your actions, some benevolence hidden where I currently cannot see. Perhaps there is something that you are trying to protect me from, having to endure, that I have yet to discover. All I have is great appreciation for all that you have risked, sacrificed, and done to raise me over the many, many years, and I do not want that to be completely soured by this feeling of betrayal I hold within my gut right now. Please remember how much I have shown and cared for you and your family and all of those here at the estate ever since I have arrived, and think of the sacrifices I have made to live up to whom you wanted me to become, a true gentleman. With love and respect, your Arthur Beddington.
Oh, you are muted.
Yeah,
Or
I
the
can't
mic
hear
might
you
be doing
again.
that weird thing again.
Any better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know if you
do
just
not
hit
know
it.
What's wrong with my mic today? I've just been bashing it every time it does, but it seems
My
to
favorite
work.
technical.
Yes, exactly.
troubleshooting.
Tech help. The second letter is from Ivy to Angus.
Aw.
Angus, I do not know if speaking to Chauncey about me is a good idea at the moment, or at all anymore. Chauncey is very focused on the valet position, and this is the most important thing to them. The writing as well is top of the list. For me, it feels as if I'm being played as the third fiddle, and that is sad. When there are already two fiddles being played, does it matter that there is a third? I have chosen that regardless of my feelings, the best thing is to in fact move on. For one reason, I do not want to make their path more difficult or confusing in their current endeavors. For another reason, the fact that Chauncey overheard me say I loved them and then told me in so many words they were not interested. With that said, I thought I knew what love was, but it turns out it's just an illusion of mine. Perhaps I'm the only one who is confusing what love really is. What would be a word to describe my mental faculties at the moment? devastated could be used, but at least now I have my answer. In other affairs, I would also like to talk more about Lord Victor's piracy. There were images of water in his room which may confirm that he was at sea. I will keep you updated. Your friend, Ivy.
Very good. So now we're going to go on to today's letters. So if you have your letter ready, feel free to jump in.
All right. So, this is a letter to dear old Tom Mulgrane. Dearest Tom, like I've mentioned countless times before, thank you for being like a father to me. Being able to work as a footman at the Eaton Grange has truly brought light into my life, whether it be all the friendly staff who helped me help a fox pup, Chauncey with the hustle that sort of comes off a bit harsh. There isn't a person here at the estate that brings me down. I owe that to you. You really took me in and gave me every opportunity that I've had. Cheers to you, Tom. Please enjoy this gift of the finest scotch I could find, the brand that you seem to enjoy a great deal. Truly appreciate you, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Much love. The son you never had, Ash.
Same brand that that Ash told Chauncey to buy Tom, and so he's just like, I knew that was Ash.
I've got mine. Dear Elsie Dubois, it has occurred to me in these past few days that perhaps there is a storyline that could do with some changing in our play. The storyline of Merlin and Vincent should perhaps find its way into a pile of ideas better left off the page, at least in the showings in our territory. I know you've accused me of always fiddling with an already finished work, but I'm certain that this storyline is unnecessary. I pray that you agree. Perhaps Vincent can find himself in the arms of a governess or a valet, something of little to no consequence and quite unexpected. What a way to subvert expectation. From one dear friend to another. Love, Victor.
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that.
I have a letter for Lydia.
Ooh.
Dearest Lady Lydia, in your last note, you had mentioned that you wish you and I could speak more plainly. I could be out of my realm or perhaps out of my mind, but I wanted to say something. While I am unaware of the contents of your letters, when I saw your tears and distant gazes earlier, it showed more than any secret you could tell me. Your heart is in upheaval. I know this because my heart is as well, and I recognize that distant state. I wanted you to know you are not alone. I want to encourage you to do what your heart wants and needs, because life is short, and as I have learned of late, it is best to not waste time. Your friend, Ivy.
Oh.
I have a letter for Arthur. I actually have two letters for Arthur. One is a Facilitator letter, and that one is just a reply from London that basically says, "Dear Mr. Arthur Beddington, thank you for applying to take over the dukedom. We've had a number of applicants so far. None of them have been able to meet the proof requirements to be the son of Frederick Wright. Please provide the following documents," and it lists like 20 documents by way of proof.
I would say that in that it says it would have been addressed to Arthur Bed.
Arthur Bed. Okay,
Yeah.
There you go. Yes.
At the top of the letter, but on the outside of the letter, it would have said Arthur Beddington. Because he would have specifically said so in his letter, I think.
Okay, yes. So that's what's in the letter from London. And then there is a second letter for Arthur, which is just a short note from Grace. And it says, "Arthur, are you really planning to propose to Lydia at the ball?" If so, there's something I need to tell you. I would not tell you, but that I think our friendship demands it. Only if you're planning to propose, Grace.
The Lady Lydia would receive a letter. Lady Lydia, waning are the moments we live. Is it not now that we should seize what is within our heart, to speak the truth of the soul out loud and tell it so, such as a wolf howls at the moon? Would it be possible that love finds you? For I do feel as if it is finding me in the times that flickers between us. I find my heart closer to home with every shade of red that meets your cheeks. It is something unexpected, but so willingly welcome. Happiness, I do feel, is something that we need set free. For an open ear you have with me.
I actually wrote a letter to Arthur as well. But it is not of the same accord, perhaps. But, Dearest Mr. Beddington, I cannot express how thankful I am for the gorgeous dress that you purchased for me. I hope you do not feel too bad about me winning that bet. After all, I do feel it was an enjoyable day met by all parties involved, or at least it was by me. I must tell you something, though, and it weighs on my mind and heart. I fear it is something better said face to face, perhaps over lemon ice cream? With deepest appreciation, Lydia. Yeah.
What time is it in the day?
Well, we are just about to go to the next novel chapter, which will be on a Sunday.
Cool.
Did we do all the letters already?
I had to write another letter because I realized my first one doesn't work right now. So,
I was like,
ready.
I don't think B did.
This one's from Chauncey to the Countess of Hartford. I offer my most respectful admiration, and I share with you a secret that you will greatly admire. I understand this party that is upcoming is of the utmost importance, and to ensure that all goes smoothly, make sure you check upon Lord Victor's chambers when Ashbed is there, for there is a rodent that they are keeping between the two of them that makes our house look bad. Signed, C.
The Countess she's just finished reading this very emotional letter from Arthur, and then she picks up this letter and she's just like, this Chauncey, I'm still not sure how I feel about him, but I will look into matters. Folds it up. Excellent. So that is the end of Epistory, and we are moving to our next.
I'm so sorry. I'm not
this
playing.
Is true betrayal.
He's just had his mouth open the whole time. He's just like,
nothing bad will come to our friend. I promise.
Sorry.
You snitched on
I
Elwin.
can't believe it.
Yo, you think you know somebody?
I mean, it's
All right.
Chauncey.
Ash
It
has
is
5
Chauncey.
resolve tokens, and I believe every single one of them could be used for Mr. Elwood if required.
Yes.
So we are going to move now to our next novel chapter, which is going to be the Sunday phase. So this is going to be taking place again on the day off of the week for our servants. So this is a time that upstairs could catch somebody downstairs in a more casual setting if they wanted to. And it's also an opportunity for the downstairs staff to do some recreational things, like, for example, getting picked up in a carriage and going to see a play, perhaps. But I did want to start off with Lydia and Ash. What do you think that the moment is for this, Margaret?
I think Lydia has like she's like sitting in a room with like tea and asks for someone to bring Ash up.
It's everyone's day off. There's only one person who's on duty during the day off, and it's usually like the like it'd be the like the bottom of the bottom who would get stuck here. But I think on this occasion Tom is doing it himself because everyone has been run so ragged that he's like, all right, I'll take one for the team. So he goes and brings Ash. What's like Ash planning to get up to on his day off?
I think Ash might be planning to maybe see a play.
Okay, good.
With some fancy boots on, of course.
Good old puffy pirate shoes.
Tom is like still dressed in his work clothing because he's on duty today. But Ash is probably dressed up a little nicer than if he's going to see a play.
Yeah, he's dressed for the theater.
And so he says to Ash, like, Lady Lydia wants to speak with you. You can say no if you like. It is your day off, but I'd recommend going along with it.
Of course, I'll head straight up.
And I think like Tom takes Ash up and opens the door for Ash to go into the room. And like Lydia, you would see that he's not dressed in his footman's uniform. He's dressed, like a normal person. This is probably the first time you've ever seen him looking like he's dressed up to live his life.
Nice. She just says, "Thank you, Mr. McGrain. Mr. Bed."
Lady Ward.
And she kind of stands up and she kind of looks at him and says, and I think she's like looking at you, but like examining you in the way that's kind of weird. Like she's like, does his facial features match Arthur's features? Like that's the kind of vibe that's going on in her head, but maybe you're not picking up those vibes. But she's like, there's like a moment of like silence where she's like looking at you and she says, "Are you going somewhere?"
I was actually planning on heading to see a play. Nothing too crazy, just going out to, blow off the dust.
I do enjoy a play. Which one might you be going to see?
Well, I was curious to see. I heard that there's a play with that Lord Victor might have been able to write.
Lord Victor wrote.
That's the rumor, of course. I don't know anything. That's all I know is I think that he might have. You know what? That was just a rumor.
She nods and says, "Rumors do seem to make their way around, don't they? And I see you're taking after my brother with his valet, as I see on your adorned feet."
Yes, I did request these boots myself. And I have to say, when I saw them the first time when he arrived, I was like, I need to know where those boots came from. And you can ask anyone in the house. I needed these boots. And he was very kind. I said I would have paid for these boots, but he gave them to me. He's a very kind man.
I see. And would you perhaps know who maybe wrote about these boots in the Hartford Herald?
It was not me. I can promise you that. I think I am eloquent with my words, but not that eloquent.
Is there someone downstairs that would be eloquent with their words?
You also have to think, how many balls and parties have we had? So many people have been in the estates and could have gazed upon these fantastical pieces of material that go around feet so splendidly.
It is very true, Mr. Bed. Very true.
True.
Well, I did have something to ask of you.
Of course.
It's a bit more personal. Do you know of your family?
Well, I can tell you the closest family I have is Tom McGrain. I think you might know, but when I was 14, he took me in and he practically taught me everything I know. He's been a father to me, and I owe everything to Tom.
But what of your blood family?
That is a bit trepidatious, you could say. It's like gazing out to the sea and seeing a bunch of waves. You know, it could be beautiful, but it could be crushing.
So.
Well, I will say, my blood family. I don't really know or speak to. Really, I left my family when I was really young.
When you were 14?
A bit before that, but yes.
And what happened before that, then? The in-between times?
Well, all I can say is I truly do like looking to the future and being present and doing the best I can for the future. And it's not something I like to look back at.
I understand. I don't know if you know, but there was a Lord Ward at one point. My father. And I lost him when I was young as well.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Losing someone is never easy, and I know grief never leaves you, and I do apologize.
Do you have any siblings?
Well, I had a cousin that was really neat, but I definitely lost contact with him.
Him?
Him.
Do you know the name of this cousin?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Bed?
George.
Jeffrey George.
Yes.
Ah.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was a great fellow.
When did you lose touch with him?
I would say right around the time that maybe when I was 12, I think. I remember going and just having a time of our life in a park and doing what little kids do, and it's one thing led to another, and I got in trouble with my mother, and for some reason it gets hazy a little bit. What's that?
Do you remember your mother's name?
Eleanor Bed.
Lydia has like a look of recognition on her face when you say the word, like the name Eleanor. Are you certain you do not have any siblings?
The closest I have is Jeffrey. And besides that, I can't think of anything. My mother didn't have any kids that I knew of before I left.
Well, I wouldn't want to keep you from your play or make you late.
I do appreciate your time.
Information that you've provided to me. And if you do find out who would be writing letters about boots and shoes of that sort, I would greatly appreciate it if you shared it with me.
Of course. If I find out who the mystery author is, I will let you know right away, Miss Ward.
Thank you. And have a wonderful day.
I plan on it. Take care.
What time do you plan on arriving back?
Let's see. I was, my lady, I do apologize. I was planning to head to the pub right after the show. So maybe around 9:10.
Right. Well, have a good time.
Thank you. Take care.
And do be careful if you find yourself in Victor's company again.
Indeed. I noted.
He means well. So I don't think he meant to get you in trouble if you did find yourself in any of that sort.
It was just a petite of an earfeel.
Well, be careful so it does not become more than that.
I appreciate you, and I hope that you have a great time with your tea.
Thank you. And she will go back to sipping her tea and thinking about how she's going to break this information to Arthur.
And I think as like Ash is going back down, like Lydia can hear in the far distance, like him saying, like Tom saying to Ash, like, "You think they'd respect the fact it's our day off, but you know, like we're always getting called up." Okay, so something else very exciting is happening on this day off, because a carriage pulls in to the driveway of Eaton Grange, and it is not for those upstairs. This carriage is not the grandest of carriages. It is small. It is in fact only a two-seater, but 3 people could squish in there. But it does have flair. It's bright red, and is being driven by a footman who has 2 horses, who drives it up to the end of the carriage. How have Ivy and Chauncey prepared for this? We have
I was going to say, we had planned on me maybe borrowing a dress from Lady Lydia. And I think after the last conversation, Ivy didn't pursue like doing that. So I show up in like the nicest dress Ivy owns that's not a work dress, and did try to put herself together and borrowed some rouge from Lady Lydia, but I'm assuming it's been pretty awkward.
Oh my God. So we have to probably wait outside for a little while for the carriage to arrive. And Chauncey is just wearing his footman outfit because that's the fanciest thing that they have. Prior to that, they were just like living in suspenders. So they're just doing like nice shirt and bow tie, standing in silence. There's like the awkward, like, oh, you look, yeah.
Oh, yes, you look, yeah, as well.
Thanks.
I had mentioned to Ash that this was happening, so I think Ash is going to be coming as well.
What? No, you didn't actually.
Yes, what? I was speaking to Ash at breakfast the other day, and so I believe Ash is coming with us tonight.
Sorry about that. I just had a talk to the lady of the house. I do apologize for being a tad late.
I think that's when the carriage pulls round, and the door opens up, and out of it steps a tall, lithe, very eccentrically dressed person, very colorful clothing, who steps out and gives a big wave to Ivy and Chauncey. My friends.
Yes, Porthos, it's been so long. Can I hug you?
You must. I insist upon it.
Biggest hug, such a squeeze.
Yeah,
I would calmly walk over and give a big hug as well.
How have you been? You look fantastic. This carriage, beautiful. That footman looks very professional. And you have 2 horses, not just a donkey? Not just a single donkey, 2 horses. 2.
Thank you. I'm usually in the city, but since I found myself in the country, I thought I had to do what all the country people are doing. And that is, of course, looking great in a carriage. Yes. So I hired me this gentleman. This is a voice to the driver who is like, yes. And these 2 horses. And I think we're going to make quite a look arriving at the theater.
Absolutely. We have, our friend could just walk behind us.
No, I was going to ask, Ash can join us in the carriage, correct? This is Ash, Bed.
Nice to meet you. I'm Ash Bed, and thank you so much, Ivy, for inviting me to this.
Good to meet you, Mr. Bed. We don't have any extra room in the carriage, but if you'd like to come with us, you could jump up front with the driver if you don't mind.
Oh, I would love to. I'd love scenic views.
I could sit in the front.
What? You don't want to catch up? I mean, it's been years since we've seen our friend.
No. I do insist that my childhood friend should sit in the carriage with me.
Don't sit up there with Ash.
You know what? If need be, I can do this up front. I really do love the wind and everything.
Oh, only if you're
settled.
Okay, all right.
Everyone in, and he will open the little stand for Ash to be able to get up to where the driver is.
Thank you. How's the weather up here?
And the driver's like, who are you? But he gives a friendly nod, and then Prothos will open the door for Chauncey to get in. Then they will get into the middle, and then help Ivy in the other side.
Perfect. Again, we're still all smushed, so it's like leg to leg, shoulder to shoulder. Like,
yes.
Oh wow, like that's very cool. So this play, okay, yeah, no, that's okay. It's uncomfortable.
So the carriage, the carriage takes off, and I think Prothos asks, Prothos says, well, like I said, it is about a 3-hour drive over to where the play is taking place. But of course, I did want to give us plenty of time to catch up.
3 hours, yeah.
I wonder if there's any chance when we get back that that Victor might be around.
Well, why don't you ask his footman? He's in the front. Should be me, but it's not. It's a trial thing. It's not permanent or anything.
I thought you said you had it all sorted, that it was looking good for you.
It will be. It will. Right now it's rocky like this carriage, you know? Just bumpy. Bump up.
Well, if not, I can leave my calling card.
No. You should visit. Absolutely. I'll introduce. You know what? I have the sway, probably. Absolutely.
Oh, Victor and I have met, albeit briefly. We have somewhat of a rival.
Oh,
Rivals of the stage.
I like that. Do you condescend each other and try to one-up each other's work?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we do.
Wow.
And it was the fact that Elsie wanted to put on that play of Victor's again that made me write this one that you're about to see today.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So you'll have to tell me it's better regardless of what you think of the other one.
Absolutely.
Did you invite Victor to come see this one today?
Oh, Victor would know that it's in the area. As he wishes.
Oh.
Can I please spend a resolve token to be at the theater?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I think I think the carriage ride over is like mostly catching up.
Who does that go to? I guess Chauncey, maybe? Or
that one I think just disappears into the ether because it's not harmful to anyone's interest and it's not compelling anyone to do.
So no one gets it? It just goes away? All right. Look what you've done, Nora. The balance has been broken.
No one in this game is short of resolve tokens except for Grace, who has none.
Yeah, you spent your last one.
I did. But I think like during this carriage ride, Porthos is paying particular attention to Ivy. They sort of like they are like they're listening to Chauncey and they're sort of like, oh yes, have you? And then they're sort of like, what do you think about that, Ivy? You must tell me everything you've been up to.
Do I notice this? Like that?
It's very obvious to both of them.
Okay.
I'm doing that awkward, like I'm trying to like look over because if you're sitting next to each other too, what a perfect way to exclude me. It's like, but I've written and I'm doing a lot. Have you heard of these puffy shoes, the boots, you're just okay.
Yeah, because I feel like Chauncey's like talking a lot about what they're doing, and so I'm just sitting there quietly, just taking in the fact that I'm in a carriage and I'm going to a show. Not in the circumstances that I had originally thought, but that pathos is like giving me attention and actually including me feels pretty nice, I think, considering everything that's happened over the last bit.
It's an uncomfortable carriage ride, to say the least.
Yes. And so I think that they finally like arrive at the theater. And like I feel like they arrive just before the play begins, and I feel like the moment they will see Victor is going to actually be after the play. I feel it has to be after Victor has seen the play. So Porthos hands them both a drink on the house and takes them down to the reserved seating for the friends of the people involved in the production, which isn't right up the very front. That's for like the people who pay the big time preview, but it's pretty close. And as mentioned, the play is about two lovers. It's a comedy of two lovers who both love each other, but neither of them believes that the other one loves them. And it, you know, like it's slapstick. It's quite farcical. There's a part where they like are in disguise to try and find out what the other person thinks. There's a part where they fall into a fountain. One of them pretends to be a footman at one point and gets the job completely wrong. Like, you know, the play ends and cheer goes up at the audience. There's been laughter. There's been sort of a relatively warm response to it, I think. And at the end, I think both like as the like applause has come to an end and the bowing has finished, they stand up and Porthos turns to Ivy and says, "What did you think?"
It was wonderful. I haven't laughed that hard in a long time.
I thought it was really cool too. There were a lot of really funny parts. There were some parts I didn't quite understand, like why a footman? That felt bizarre, but no, it was really good though.
Well, of course, the Porthos speaks like they're the expert. Like the people downstairs in a household hear everything that's going on. So naturally, that's how they heard that Cynthia had that evening visit. You know, and then like explain some plot point like Chauncey doesn't get it.
I'm just nodding furious, like, yeah, that totally makes sense.
Can I play a resolve token for Victor to walk in as he's explaining everything?
Yeah, I think actually what happens is Porthos is walking out with Ivy and Chauncey explaining this and like turns around the corner and is still like walking out explaining it, and Victor just sees them and hears that part of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you need to spend a token because I feel like Victor already spent
Okay.
that moment.
No better sign of a successful joke than the need to explain it.
Porthos' head whips around and like fixes Victor with a glare instantly.
I can do some introductions.
Mr. Ward. Well.
There's no need for introductions, Chauncey.
Oh,
I know who's to blame for this.
what? It wasn't me.
Of course not, no.
Oh.
Fancy finding you here at my little play. And then like, you know, like they kind of gesture to how many people have come to see the play.
Oh. So you wasted even more people's time.
You talk big, but you will see that when the reviews come out in the local paper, in every paper, I bet there'll even be a review in the Hartford Herald, that they will be stunned and astonished with my brilliance and wit. Your little play in London isn't going to seem so important then.
You know, you might be right. You know, maybe this is the play that should come to our territory.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Well, sorry. Shut up, Siri. Maybe this is the play that should come to our territory. You know, maybe I should give you a chance to bore even more people.
Well, of course, if it was up to me, the better play would be going for Hartford, but Elsie seems completely set on bringing your little thing.
Elsie unfortunately has taste, but maybe if we provide a unified front, we can convince Elise to make a mistake.
Wait a minute. Why don't you want your play performed in Hartford?
Because I saw this and Lord, you need the help.
That's not much of an explanation.
Are you going to look a gift horse in the mouth, or are you going to finally do something that makes sense?
You'll write to Elsie and tell her that it should be my play?
You will owe me in return. But of course, I'm more than willing to do this act of charity.
And what is it you would want in return?
I would like you to take credit for a play that I've almost completed.
Well, I wouldn't want to sully my reputation with one of your works.
I know, what a shame to break your streak of garbage with something that actually has talent behind it.
But send it to me. I might be able to suggest some amendments that might make it worthy of my name.
We will discuss. But do we have a deal?
We have a deal, my friend.
He reaches out to shake his hand.
Yeah, and Prothos will like reach forward and shake Victor's hand, and their handshake is sort of like very exaggerated. There's a wave-like motion to it.
I would just say that I had stepped back between Chauncey and Ash and just been like elbowing both of them this entire time.
What did they actually say? Oh no. Oh, Victor said that's outrageous.
And I'm just drinking my drink, just like, oh my God.
I do have to say, is there a bar around anywhere? I'm really parched.
I'll hand you my drink without saying anything. I just can't take my eyes off of
Miss
them.
Ivy, thank you.
Ash, you can go. There's a bar somewhere.
I
just got Ash a drink.
No. Pothos, as soon as like the Victor and Pothos are done chatting, Chauncey's gonna try and butt in. Pothos, could I have a word away from and they just point at like everyone here.
Prothos like reluctantly pulls their glare away from Victor. I shall talk to you soon. And goes with Chauncey. Oh yeah.
It was just going to be another Ivy remark. He was just going to look at Ivy and go, "I'm sorry, there was nothing you could do about that mess."
I just smile awkwardly and go, huh? Because I just don't know what to say.
Oh, what does Chauncey say to Prothos?
That was intense, but not that I know anything ever about anything. I don't know if you could use this information. Actually, no, if I tell you something, could you perhaps let me borrow a fur coat that kind of looks like fox fur?
Seems I am making strange deals left and right today.
I promise it'll be worth it. It doesn't have to actually be.
Out with it.
So that play by Victor, I think it's about the Countess, like the Countess of Hartford. I've never seen it, but I've heard about it, and I've kind of seen little snippets.
Oh, that's what it's about. I've seen it twice, and I've always wondered where Victor got the idea.
Right?
I will offer a resolve token to Victor for this, but if you agree, Noir, what they're gonna say is, you know what would be nice? A double bill.
No, I will take it.
Yes.
I would like to add, however, that he's gonna make some changes to it that makes it even worse.
Good. That's excellent. That's perfect. So Prothos says to Chauncey, I do think that Hartford is starved as a theatre. It would be quite the thing to have the two plays in a row, don't you think?
Oh, that would be excellent. That would be absolutely brilliant. I even have some sway with the local Hartford Herald. I could mention your work.
Oh, yes. If you could mention both works.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get them to cover them both, or say that they will be coming to town. Oh, that would be delightful, Chauncey. Oh, you are a very good friend.
Yeah, and that fur coat is on the table still. That's
absolutely. I'll lend you an entire outfit.
Oh, Yes, but discreetly. It's we have a servants' ball coming up, and I just want to look good.
Everything in my wardrobe is cataloged for organization and fashion purposes. I will send you the catalog, and you can tell me what you would like. Do send the catalog back. I need it.
Yes. No, thank you. And this is, yeah. And like they look nervously behind them. We should head back. But this has been really good. I cannot believe this is gonna be brilliant. And they are talking about a couple of really good things coming up.
Excellent. I do want a moment between Porthos and Ivy before we end this section of the Sunday phase. And I think this is, yeah.
I was gonna ask one thing. I think Victor would invite Ivy to drink with him and Arthur and Ash.
Okay.
In front of Chauncey, or like away from Chauncey? Probably away if Chauncey was talking to us.
While they were doing their thing, I think after that, Ivy comments, it's like, would you like to join us for drinks? Kind of deal.
You got like really loud for some reason, Noir. Like,
oh, I'm sorry.
I think your microphone switched inputs.
Yeah, something happened with it, but it was peaking. So.
Would Ivy say yes to this?
Yeah,
invitation?
I would first be like kind of shocked, but I would feel honored to be asked. So I'd just be like, yes, I would love to join you for drinks.
I am always down for a drink. Victor, you know me.
We can play another game of cups.
I don't know how. Can you teach me?
It's really simple.
Okay.
I think that's when Porthos comes back and sort of it like, you know, like gestures to Ash and Ivy and is like, would you like a ride back?
And I look back and forth. You're staying for a while, Lord Victor, then?
That is the plan.
Well, so I'm just standing there like, what do I do? Like, do I go hang out with Lord Victor or do I get the ride back kind of thing?
I mean, if you would want to be squished in a coffin with a man with an extraordinary lack of talent, that is an option. Or you could ride with me.
Are we all staying for drinks then?
That was really good, both us.
For a little bit, we could all have drinks.
Lead the way, Victor.
Am I invited?
Yes.
Thank you. I knew that. Side look to Ash's shoes.
Well, of course, someone's lack of ability to read the room would invite themselves. Of course, yes. Oh, follow me.
So
As we're walking, I would say I would probably lean over to Pathos and say, it was a beautiful show. I really enjoyed it.
I'm glad to hear that you did. You know, the discussion that I have recently had with Victor does mean that I will have need to visit the region of Hartford, and generally the country, more times in the coming weeks or so. Would you perhaps, and I would offer a resolve token to Katie for Chauncey to overhear this.
Oh, yes, please.
I think Chauncey's like following me behind.
I was just about to use her.
So close.
Would you perhaps consider dining with me?
Oh,
My name gets me into a number of establishments. It's very hard to find a table.
yes, I would love to. I mean, tonight alone has been just magical. I haven't done something like this in forever, and just thought that you would invite me and obviously Chauncey as well. Yes, I would love to.
I would like that as well. That would be really cool. I'm
afraid it is very hard to get a table for 3. I'll see what I can do, but I can't assure that I'll be able to manage that.
Is that hard?
Well, if you would like to dine with Chauncey, you're quite welcome to.
I just wanted to see my old friend.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
no,
we'll have
that's
plenty of time to catch up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm sure it's Ivy. Yeah, I've got some writing to do. like nervously feeling deflated, they just like start like flipping through their pages while we're all walking towards the bar.
I think Prothos will, as they enter the bar, really quickly take Chauncey aside and say, "It's nothing against you, old friend. I'm trying to. Ivy, you know I've always."
I don't.
So
What?
if you could assist me, perhaps, rather than making things more complicated for me, I would appreciate that.
Oh, you have, and I have to go.
Okay, I'm going in now.
Yep. Oh God.
Monologue token, Chauncey.
Oh God. Not quite entering the bar, pacing outside, like stretching and like folding the journal that they would normally write in. Feelings for Ivy. Ivy, our best friend. Ivy we threw rocks with. Ivy isn't a romantic object. Ivy's just a friend. What? This isn't real. What am I feeling? I'm angry. I'm not angry. I should be writing. I should be focused on my career, and yet they're interested in Ivy. Ivy belongs. That doesn't feel right either. What am I feeling? I can't go in there. How am I supposed to look cool? I think even Victor's turned on me. I don't understand why they believe in Ash. Ash is terrible. Ash is a pet fox. Nobody likes foxes just because everybody says Mr. Foxwood is really cool. Doesn't mean that everybody. Am I failing? No. I have to persist. I know what I want. I know what I'm good at. I'm charming. I'm convincing. I listen really well, and I just need to thwart my best friend and make sure that my rival doesn't get my position and that I become famous. Everything's going well. And they wipe their sweaty hands on their pants and enter the bar.
We will return to the bar later on, but for now, I wanted to cut over to what two other people from Eaton Grange are doing on this day. And I think this is a bit earlier in the day. I think that Grace is going to visit her mother, who is the retired reverend of the town.
Finally, we get to meet her.
This is
Only
exciting.
took like 6 bajillion episodes.
Yes, it did. And if Arthur isn't doing anything, she'll ask if Arthur would like to come along.
Who is asking again?
Grace is asking if Arthur wants to come and come into town and sort of, and she has to go visit her mother as well.
Oh, absolutely. He would say, of course. I was meaning to speak with you after your letter anyway.
I thought you might be. Would he want to speak to her on the way there or after they've talked to her mother?
Probably afterwards.
Yeah. So I think that they walk via the town. They probably pick up some food to take to her mother's, and then they walk. It's probably about like a half an hour walk from the town to the little cottage where Petunia lives.
And during which Arthur would be talking about what the lawyers had sent him and picking Grace's mind about how and who would have this, be able to help with this.
Yeah, so she's sort of saying like, well, there's a register, like you write to this registry, they would definitely have those kind of documents. You know who would know about this, strangely enough? My mother. Because as Reverend, you deal with a lot of these things.
Yes. She was the one that directed We Be Friends, was she not?
She was, and when you arrived in the parish, you must have been registered as a parish member in some way. Perhaps she still has something.
As long as the Countess doesn't have it, that makes things a bit easier. I would think.
Well, no doubt the countess has everything, but she might not be the one to give it to you.
I hope that my letter to her recently has changed her heart on the matter, but we shall see.
And I think that's the moment they arrive. They arrive at the cottage. What's Petunia doing as they arrive?
Tunia is watering her garden right now. It just tending to it, just clipping leaves and shoveling the plants in the soil. And I think she would see them coming off in the distance, just smile and keep working.
And so I think that like Grace will wave and hold up the basket of food that they brought and make her way up and say, Mother, I brought food, which I know you don't like me doing because you say you have enough for yourself, but I brought you something better. You haven't seen Arthur for quite some time.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Clark.
So rob me of the chance to disagree with you and then distract. You've been learning their ways well, Grace. She gets some. And aren't you just a strapping?
Your mic's doing the thing again, but it's like
oh my goodness.
buzzing. Like it feels like it's pulling something else, like a different mic.
Yeah, like a webcam mic.
Different mic input.
But that time it was like it was doing some weird stuff.
All right, is that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. We fixed it.
Yay.
She
Yay.
goes, haven't you gotten bigger? She looks at Arthur, just kind of gives him a tap on the arm.
Indeed, I have grown quite a bit.
Okay, so it's lovely seeing you both. What do you want, Grace?
Can't a girl go to visit her mother without her wanting something in particular? And then she looks up at the cottage roof, which I think is broken in one part, and she said, I wanted to see if you repaired your roof.
It will be repaired when it needs to be repaired. Everything is taken care of here, and I am the mother, and you are the daughter.
If you have the supplies, I would so graciously like to repair it for you.
See, the Lord finds a way. There's the tools are by the shed.
Let's do it together, Arthur. Thankfully, someone around here thinks the roof should be repaired. Looks at Arthur.
Mm-hmm.
Better than it collapse upon you, Miss Clark.
Thank you so much, Arthur. Grace. Like there's like a playful sternness to it. But why are you here? I know that there's something on top of your mind and you're not saying it.
Well, truth is, Mother, and don't be delighted to hear this, I have been considering what to do with myself.
Mm.
And I hate to say it, don't you dare say I told you so, but you were right. I can't
Keep
stay
doing
forever.
this. You know, the church is always happy to have you.
Arthur would look at Grace like, I know that's not what you're speaking of.
I know, Mother. Do you think leaving is the same as running away?
I think that if you can live with the choice that you make, what it's called doesn't matter. Are you happy?
People seem to ask that a lot.
Well, what else are you supposed to do on this rock? Help each other, help yourself, make sure you're happy and the people around you are happy, and then you go back home.
Arthur kind of There's like just a tear that rolls down his eye with the word home.
Arthur, you all right?
Fine.
Actually, if Arthur doesn't mind, we thought you might be able to help him.
And what help can I offer, Arthur?
My past.
Yes. What about it, Arthur?
He would hand over the lawyer's letter. It seems I have an inheritance to claim.
I know that every bit of parish paperwork would go through you, Mother, at that time.
I can help, but not as much as I would like to.
Any help would be graciously accepted and highly appreciated. It is only due to your daughter's friendship that I even came upon this knowledge that I would have this.
Grace has always been a light in the people in her life.
Mother,
A talent that would find its home naturally in the church.
Or to be a happiness for another.
Arthur, please.
I'm not speaking of me.
No, I just...
Has my daughter found a suitor?
No, maybe. Perhaps. I'm working on it. I'm not ready to talk about this with you, Mother.
Oh, what is ready? When would you be ready? I've lived a long life. Nothing is guaranteed. Yeah, I would do me well to know that my daughter has found someone to care for her in
Mr. Blake.
my later days.
I'm working on it, Mother. I promise when a firm commitment has been made, you will probably not be the first to know, but I will come and I will tell you.
What fool has been so blessed as to be courted by my daughter and yet not give a commitment?
I merely know that you did go on an excursion with a certain person.
Oh.
From the rumors, Grace, I apologize.
Perhaps I should be levying these questions to Mr. Beddington.
You remember Mr. Blakely, Mother.
He's a fine enough man.
Fine enough?
Well, it's not my opinion of him that matters in the moment now, is it?
I suppose that's true.
So he's a fine enough man.
And then I think Grace tries to change the subject, anyway, so the document list, and then just...
I have a few old pages. Perhaps Mr. Beddington could help me locate these pages.
I believe I'm busy fixing your roof.
Oh, it can wait. Truly, it's been some time anyway.
He's gonna look at Grace and say, "I'm sorry."
And I feel like Grace just kind of sighs because she knows her mother, and sits down on a fence post and kind of subconsciously starts gardening and carrying on the work that Petunia was doing.
They should be here in the cellars. I'm such a mess. I really the only thing here that's settled is the garden. Maybe look around there. That looks like a pile of papers that was around the time that you're looking for.
Was there something else you wanted to speak to me about?
Oh, obviously. What is my daughter hiding from me?
Daughter's merely not hiding anything from you that I am aware of. All I know is that she went on an excursion, which I would imagine was a date with Mr. Blakely. Nothing more.
That doesn't explain the sadness behind her eyes. There is something that she's not saying.
Sadness?
I know Grace.
She was peculiar when we saw the estate. Something has been troubling her, but unfortunately I haven't exactly been the best of friends to Grace as of late. To which I hope to repay and resolve.
There should be no hope in that, Mr. Beddington. You will do right by my daughter.
If you're trying to have me court her, I merely say we are friends.
God, no. But thank you for the offer.
That was not an offer.
Nonetheless, her voice doesn't dance when she speaks of this fine enough man, and there is a sadness in her eyes that she is keeping very well hidden. But I've known her before she's opened those eyes. Please watch after her.
I will give her my utmost kindness and the best I can do as her closest friend, for she is mine as well.
Oh, she just looks down and picks up a couple of documents. This should be what you're looking for.
I thank you incredibly so. And I will, of course, repay the generosity in kind.
I wouldn't have allowed my daughter to consider you her closest friend if I had any doubt. You take care of yourself too, Mr. Beddington.
And you get your roof fixed.
Oh, please don't join the chorus of my daughter's complaints. The Lord will provide for me, just as I am certain.
I would have said the same if she had not said anything.
I know you two are dreadfully alike, which is why you will never do well in courting each other.
If money is the problem, you need not worry.
Well, it's nice that you already have an idea of what you're looking for then. And I think she's going to walk over and give you one of those sweet little old lady kisses on the forehead. You can have someone come from the estate to fix the roof if you insist.
Thank you.
And the next time my daughter tells you that I'm stubborn when you're having conversations about me behind my back, remember this moment of concession.
And remember the fact that she doesn't have conversations about you in a negative way behind your back.
I know it's not negative. It's just critical.
It's just out of worry.
Likewise. Grace, we found what your friend was looking for.
Great. And yeah, and like I think we will vignette, like Grace comes in, looks at the documents. There's some, but not all of the ones that Arthur is going to need. They eat the food, and then we might cut forward to them walking back, if that's okay. And Grace definitely looks thoughtful while they're walking back.
Your mother is not blind to the sadness you hide. And, well...
Oh, she told you that, did she?
Neither am I. Something was bothering you when you saw the estate. As much as you were happy for me, you were tormented.
The question that I put to you in my letter, what's the answer?
I did not plan to propose. But that doesn't mean I don't plan to in the future. And at the end of it all, you're my dearest friend. I want to know what exactly is bothering you.
If I tell you something, you must promise me you won't hold it against Lydia.
There's not a thing in this world that I would hold against such a lady. Not a thing in the universe that I would hold against you at this point.
Grace doesn't look so sure, but she takes a deep breath.
If you'll have me pinky swear on it, I will do so.
You already know my feelings for Lydia.
I know of your affections.
Yes. We had been seeing each other in the garden by night for almost 2 years now. She recently became uncertain about continuing it, but it was happening when you both began to court. I cannot say whether she is choosing now to discontinue it because she feels for you, or she wishes to go through with the obligations she holds to her mother. It's not my belief that love has to be only ever for a single person, and that if she still feels love for me, which I do believe she does, any lessons, any affection she might have towards you,
Do you love her?
I just think you deserve to know the truth.
Do you love her?
You already know that I do, Arthur, but it's not that simple. Not from either side. And if you're going to say something stupid like you will stand aside, I'm going to get very angry at you.
No. But if you're the person, if you're the other suitor that I heard of, and if she loves you, why would you not ask that I do so?
Because, Arthur, there are things more important than love.
Are you going to tell me that duty is more important than love? The thing that
No.
I've believed for
Money.
far too long. Money?
Yes.
Grace, you have given me something I would never have hoped or imagined I could have or hold in my hand. Or hug. And that's my family. And if I am able to claim what this is, how can I not stand aside for what I could possibly believe is true love?
Arthur, if I'm your friend, then you should listen to what I want. I should think that I know Lydia quite well by this point, and I do not believe that she would go through with any arrangement with you unless she genuinely held affections for you.
And what if she holds affection for you?
Then it is her right to choose and not mine to tell you that you may not be an option. It is her right to choose, and I will stand by that. So
I
don't
do
you
not
dare tell her that we had this conversation, and don't tell anybody about this.
I do not disagree with you that it would be the Lady Lydia's choice.
So then nothing needs to change.
But so much already has.
Things will play themselves out.
I won't speak. I will keep my promise that I told you, that I agreed to before you told me. But I do want to tell you that there is an option for you both. If she would choose you, perhaps there's a way she doesn't tarnish her reputation or name based on station.
What do you mean?
Dukes have the power tonight. And even before this conversation, you were so fitting if such were to happen.
Oh, Arthur. Let us speak of this again if such an eventuality should come to pass.
It would be a small portion of what I owe for what you have given me. Regardless of the choice, if I do become a duke, I would hope you would accept that I knight you.
I'll need some time to think about it.
I understand.
But I know that you mean the best for me. And thank you for being my best friend.
Thank you for not giving up on me when I so graciously cast you aside when you were only trying to help.
It's not the worst fight we've had over the years.
At least it's not over love. He's gonna offer a hug.
Yeah, and she'll definitely take the hug, and we will leave them there. A very short time remaining in our session. Do we want to see Lydia and Arthur at night, or do we want to see the bar? We will have our full cast next session, so we will be able to do.
That is kind of up to Arthur, because like
Lydia and
the bar
Arthur?
is Arthur, Ash,
Lydia.
and Victor. So I don't know if you want to know stuff from Lydia first, or go do the bar scene with everybody first.
The bar scene feels like it might take longer than the time we have, so perhaps that's one for next session.
Mm-hmm.
What do we feel? Since I'm coming up to time.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'll put that on the list before the ball.
Right.
So then, if that suits you, Margaret.
It's fine with me. It's more of if Arthur wants that information prior to going to the pub or after.
I didn't know I was going to the pub to join them, was I?
All three agreed to go to the pub together. You were drunk, so this is fitting that you don't remember it.
Yeah.
You had all made plans.
Can I use a resolve token?
What would you
I
like?
want to steal Chat's idea. Can Grace's mom heard a bit of that conversation between Grace and Arthur?
I was wondering about that. I was gonna use a token there too. I'm like, I don't know, like they might have walked away, they might have been like traveling already, but I would love that lady to hear that info and just, be able to send letters should she so desire.
That's for you, not me.
Yeah, that's a Grace thing.
I feel like I do like that. I feel like maybe they
Okay.
had the conversation while they were like inspecting, like part of it inspecting their roof, to like know what to tell somebody at the estate, and like walking around the garden, and like Grace's mother was inside. She wouldn't have been able to hear it except for the fact that there's a hole in the roof, and so the sound carried through the hole.
The Lord
That's
finds a
so
way.
Exactly.
Perfect. Oh my
I love
god.
it.
Kills me. I love it.
All right, let's spend our last few minutes on another ice cream scene. Ice cream the series.
Ice cream scene.
Do you think Lydia would get there first, or would Arthur get there first?
It's up to you. I don't care either way. If one way changes things for you.
I honestly feel like Lydia would be. It's whether, I think either we arrive at the same time or you're already there.
I can be there first if that's what you want. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
Maybe I already have the ice cream.
Boysenberry today.
Oh. Yeah, when you arrive, she says, they didn't have lemon.
Fitting. Different moods call for different flavors.
Well, what does Poisonberry tell you about today's conversation then?
I feel like it has something to do with the ball.
Oh, why would you say that?
The rumor that's obviously been spread around the house.
And what rumor might that be?
That I was going to propose to you at the ball.
I think Lydia is a little shocked because she hasn't heard that rumor before and blushes and she's like, I had not heard that one. Are the rumors true then?
If it's not about that, then it's something else.
It is. After joining you on the visit to your inheritance, I remembered something. I'd asked your family member if they knew of someone named Ashbed, but they said they knew nothing of the name. Of course, I did my own investigation. I don't know if you knew this, but we have someone employed named Ashbed.
I have a foggy memory of somebody I shared drinks with Victor today.
Yes, that would be him.
Oh.
I stared at him for probably an awkward amount of time. I wonder what he thinks I am thinking of him. I was trying to see if there was any type of resemblance, perhaps in the nose, or maybe the structure of your face.
And?
Well, it doesn't matter what I think. It's what I know. You said your mother's name was Eleanor, and he said his was as well. That can't be a coincidence. How many Eleanor beds are there?
Do you think it's the person my cousin spoke of? The child before she met my father?
I didn't know about that. That might make sense. Maybe why he doesn't look quite like you.
Perhaps. But why here? Why would he work here and not say anything if he must not know as well?
I think not. I'm certain he was lying to me about a few things, but I'm uncertain of which were lies and which were not, and what was exaggerated. But I do feel that he cares for Mr. Mograine as a father, and perhaps that is why he's here. I did ask him about his time before he met Mr. Mograine, and he said that it was hard to talk about.
Indeed.
That he was around 14. Lines
I'll
up
have
with
to.
your timeline.
I believe so. I'll have to write to Olivia to confirm, but
I asked
have
Olivia,
other-
and she said she had no recollection of an ashbed.
no, I was merely speaking to the timetable that you proposed, if that would line up with such. The name is not recognizable. At least Olivia would, in fact, know the timeline.
Perhaps. There was another family member that was brought up. He said that they lost touch when he was 12. His name was Jeffrey George, a cousin of yours. So it appears you have more family than you knew.
I do not know of any George that would be of relation to me. Based on the
Maybe-
paperwork, my father's name was Wright.
Maybe George is the other fellow.
Perhaps.
Or family of. Not that. You know what
Is this all you wanted to talk about? Just of my family?
I mean. She blushes again. No. But I thought it was the most important.
Well, what then was the other?
What is your relationship with Grace? You both always seem at odds, yet you rode with her to visit when we went to your inheritance, and today I saw you both out together. To be at such odds, would you not have had to have something prior?
Grace is my best friend. We were at odds because she is the one who looked into my family without my permission, and and by the grace of your mother, made me very angry about it because the belief that it would have harmed your name.
Well, I come across this information from my mother, so perhaps it all goes full circle.
But to be fully honest, that wasn't the only reason I was upset with Grace. That was, of course, the most important, but she had spoken of feelings and affections towards you. And at the time, in the way that I was trained, that was considered unacceptable.
Because of Station.
Yes.
Just kind of nods and silently puts a spoonful of ice cream in her mouth.
Was there more to that?
More to what? Grace's feelings?
Well, I hear there is a second suitor.
It appears everyone is talking about this. More rumors.
So
And
there
of
is
all the
not
people,
one?
Mr. Beddington, you are the rumor mill?
Listen, I've merely started listening to them after some things became true.
Fair. Some have grounds where others don't.
And of my letter?
Which?
The latest. I am a listening ear.
I fear your ears might fall off. But it is hard to say. I think Grace cares for me. I care for her. But as you said, there are things at play which neither of us have control over. And I would say that I've grown to care for you as well. She kind of blushes and looks away awkwardly. But that doesn't matter. I know that you said you were not previously engaged, but I know of someone else vying for your heart. I can't speak for them, but I can't in all honesty pursue what is growing between us, knowing so. She just shovels ice cream into her mouth.
What? With the news I've gotten today,
It appears you have much. Many people vying for your heart. And if you want to talk about rumor mills, there is a rumor that Ivy was seen in your room late last night.
please, she was giving me a hangover cure.
I'm just saying.
Of course. It is getting late. Perhaps we should speak more of this topic later.
Perhaps. I hope the other person speaks to you as well.
And I hope you follow your heart.
My heart is a bit torn. But perhaps it will find its way eventually. I do wish you the most happiness. And if this person tells you of their heart and you don't feel the same way, well, then maybe we can speak again. But I do not wish to carry on. Not if it will hurt someone I care for.
And I would only wish you the best happiness in pursuit of what you want.
I think that's a good ending to that scene. Are you saying something? Or are you over there just because I don't know if your mic stopped working, Haley?
Feeling your feels.
Well, I was mainly screaming because of that last scene.
Appropriate.
Yeah, but it's also an amazing ending for our session today.
Yeah. Someone's like, are they breaking? That was Katie. Are they
Yeah, are they breaking off?
This is me.
I think that's what's happening, but I don't know.
Oh, the field is clearing.
It's a roller coaster of a love journey. We are, after all, we agreed upon a romance drama, so who knows where we'll end up in the end. But I think with that, do we have anything to wrap up this front other than we have everyone writes 2 letters, and this time you can write 2 letters from any of your main characters to any other characters here, because next episode we'll all be together still.
Better
Given
believe
that
Petunia's
there will
writing a
be-
letter.
Oh, I'm excited
yes.
for Petunia. I'm so glad we got to meet Petunia. Oh, Petunia.
I have
Yeah.
2 letters to write now. Already, I do one.
Oh, I'm sorry. You got a lot of drama pushed on you today, Arthur.
So much.
Oh my god.
Given how many letters that we're going to be writing, not all of them might appear in the show. So
It's true,
Probably
it's
will
true.
be some.
So if
surprise
you
of
are
those.
Patreon, you will, or if you're a patron on our Patreon, you will get access to those in advance. You can, but shh, don't share it with anybody. It's got to be secrets. All right, with that, I'm going to kind of wrap up today's episode. Thank you for watching. We really, really appreciate it. And of course, thank you to our lovely sponsors, Roll20. We love them. If you watch our Thursday show, we use a lot of their features for rolling dice, our maps, all that jazz. So if you're ever curious, like, how are they doing all this magical craziness? That's how we do it. And of course, we have Thunder Cabbage, who's our supporter for today. So thank you so much, Thunder Cabbage. We appreciate it. And of course, if you would like to become a supporter yourself, you can head on over to our Patreon and support us at Legend Tier or above, and you will also get a shout out. And of course, Patreon is the best way to support us because not only do you support us paying these lovely people who tell amazing stories with these wonderful characters, some we love to hate. It's great. You also get some cool rewards yourself, like the monthly recap that is currently out, the Ascension character sheets out for Sith and the Blood Elemental, as well as Blabloon's sheet coming soon. And of course, our letters that will be coming out next Friday for you are all in advance as well. And maybe we'll get some more newspaper clippings from Chauncey in the future. Who knows? And with that, of course, you can subscribe to us right here on Twitch if you aren't already, as well as over on our YouTube channel, you can become a member. And in both of those cases, you get access to cool emotes. And if you're a Twitch sub, you get access to the videos in advance before they go up on YouTube. And if you are a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or a Patreon patron, you will get access to our private Discord where you can type to us and we can have some behind the scenes conversations with you. Although we won't give away any secrets. And we know that not everyone can support us in monetary ways, so non-monetary ways to support us are also amazing. Watching us live right here on Twitch, clipping some things. I saw some people clip some stuff for me, so thank you. And of course, watching us over on YouTube, subscribing, liking, commenting, and going over on Twitter and Facebook and following us there, as well as liking, sharing, retweeting, and commenting. All of those things help support us and the algorithm to find our stories that we love telling. And with that, I'm going to let these lovely people say where you can find them at, because they are not only amazing people here, they also do a lot of fantastic things that you need to go check out over on their channels or where else they do cool stuff. So first and foremost, we're going to start like the bottom. So Kyle Blessing, where can people find you at when you are not wooing our hearts with the lovely Foxy and And of course, your little kitty, Pearl. So cute.
You can find me twitch.tv/blessius, youtube.com/blessius, and within the less than a few days left of May, we're still raising money for St. Jude as well over on Twitch.
Perfect. And then we have Play Katie Play. Where can people find you at when you are clearly not maybe wooing some people's hearts, and in this case, trying to see if someone else cares about you?
I'm gonna throw my options out there at this point. So,
or making someone jealous. I feel like that might be going down this episode.
Yeah, she's getting some attention now that Chauncey friend zoned pretty hard. So I'm Katie Peters Plays, which is where you can find me on Twitch or on Twitter at Play Katie Play. I have a podcast called Quantum Drive. I'm a nerd and love space. And there's a show called The Orville. So we have a lot of podcast episodes coming out with that if you're interested. And I'm on Twitch raising money for St. Jude as well. So we got a couple more days left too if you want to come hang out with Blessius or I or both of us. And
you're both in that bottom picture too, so you can think.
Yeah, we were Raven. So yeah, that's where you can find me.
Awesome. And of course we have B Zelda playing Chauncey Chimney and Agatha Crow. Where can people find you at when you are not scaring Ash with Miss Crow, and of course causing all kinds of madness and drama with Chauncey? Oh my gosh.
It's just like any opportunity I have, I will take because it's so much fun. But if like Chauncey becomes the least liked character, I get it.
People love them and also like hate them. It's great. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's the whole thing, and I'm here for it. But most of the time, I do not play anybody like Chauncey. You can find me on Twitter as @B_Zelda. I'm a podcaster, host of Anime Attaché, TTRPG streamer. I'm over here. You can catch me on Q Times on Sundays and 12-Sided Stories on Tuesdays. And I am also the community manager for D&D Adventures League. So if you like some organized play, go and check that out.
Perfect. And next we've got Arthur Beddington and Catherine Taylor, played by Apocalypto12. Where can people find you at when you are not being the bestest of friends to people and potentially making people think that you like them when you maybe don't? I don't know.
You can find me over on my fantastic podcast for both non-sports people and sports people alike. It's called Go My Favorite Sports Team. It's a comedy show based around sports. But it's a lot of fun. I'm just teaching my friend Mark about sports and doing that sort of stuff. At some point, I'll also be back on Twitch, but you can find me everywhere as Apocalypto_12, except YouTube. YouTube is Apocalypto12, no underscore.
And next up, we have the Noir Enigma playing Lord Victor Ward. And for our first time, we finally get to see Petunia Clark. Where can people find you at when you are not being, just a sweet mother who cares about her daughter? Or,
like drunken mess.
Another chaos engine over there of your own.
Hi, I'm Noir. You can find me all over the internet as the Noir Enigma. That's Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. I'm the community manager for Evil Genius Games. We've got our Kickstarter going right now, so please back our Everyday Heroes RPG to make me look good in front of my boss. And I'm also the host of Gen Con's Table Takes and Critical Misses Morning Ritual. We had our episode today with Matt Mercer. We'll be putting it up on YouTube, so you can check that out.
Awesome. And last but not least, we have the Story Brewers, who plays too many characters for me to list. So we'll just say Grace Clark and company and co. Where can people find you at when you are, oh my goodness, not making us feel for Grace's love life?
You can find me at Story Brewers on Twitter, or Story Brewers Roleplaying on Facebook, or you can find this game and many other games at storybrewersroleplaying.com.
And I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I do lots of things on the internet. If you want to see what those things are, check it out. And of course, I make games and video games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all the places. And I'm working on the advanced version of Witches and Spellcraft, which you can find at DriveThruRPG. And with that, we are going to go record an after show, which our patrons will get access to. I want to hear all the juicy things that people have thoughts on. And we will see you all next week for another episode with all of us. So thanks, everybody.